Okay, we're going to go ahead and call to order the regular meeting of the Lions Board of Trustees for Monday, March 2nd, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Sullivan.
Present.
Trustee Browning.
Present.
Trustee Miller.
Present.
Trustee Carvis.
Present.
Trustee Drystat.
Present.
Trustee Farrell.
Present.
Trustee Roberts.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll take a brief reflective moment of silence, please. Okay, thank you very much. Could I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I move to approve tonight's agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor? I'm sorry, I'm back to the URA meeting again. I'll call it the passes 7-0. All right. First up, Sergeant Chris.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I'll start with maybe a little bit of old news, but I think some information I might want to share with you since I was not at the last board meeting. Unfortunately, I was ill with the flu, but I am good now, so no worries. And it wasn't the coronavirus. So I was going to talk a little bit about Old Man Winter on the 17th when we had the board meeting, but as you guys, maybe most people know, but we had to cancel it like right after it got started. And I know we've been in contact with Josh since, and representatives of county roads and other people that are a little bit above my pay grade for this decision, but there was a little bit of discrepancy in what I think the mutual agreement was on how bad the weather could be before they would cancel it. So it's Old Man Winter race, you kind of expect to race in the snow type stuff, but it came down pretty hard, and the biggest thing was the plows. And county roads was under the assumption that if the county plows were out plowing, that would be a major safety issue with bikes on the road, which I can surely see that. That's where I think the disconnect was between that and Josh and some other folks that were making those decisions early on. We had a weather meeting that Thursday, knowing that it was going to probably skip a little bit of snow, but we didn't think it was going to come down that hard. I was already on the phone like at 6 a.m. that morning with a lot of people trying to figure out what we were going to do. I was a supervisor of that event, so we still came up and we still deployed all of our first line people on the course and whatnot. And pretty much we had to go all the way up until 10 when the first meet out was, so that's what we did. And but it wasn't about a half hour after that we got the official word from the county to go ahead and shut it down. So we spent a good amount of time. Fortunately, nobody got across 36 on the map to get up into the hills. But me and Josh had already crafted a few things that if the event was to continue on, we shortened out some time frames and we adjusted staffing for the safety of the riders and the runners. So we were very up on it. I didn't think it was a total emergency situation, but with the plows being out, that was their main concern, so I wasn't going to try to override that. And Josh understood that. So we got everybody back safe. No injuries or anything like that, and some folks were a little disappointed, but a lot of other folks were very happy to turn around and come back. Because it was a mess out in the county. It was unbelievably a mess. So, but it's Old Man Winter, right? I mean, that's what you kind of expect to sign up for, is to get out there and play in the muck. You know, you don't go to the Tough Mudder and expect it to be dry, right? Things like that. So I wanted to at least follow up with you guys on that a little bit. So, moving on. Everything in town is going fine, kind of status quo. We haven't had any major deals going on. We are tackling the issue of abandoned vehicles and property on the streets right now. We received a few complaints of some cars that have been there for quite some time, you know, months, years, not registered, so on and so forth. And kind of, and I've already spoke with Brendan about this as well, but the municipal code lines doesn't really cover anything about this. The state statute clearly identifies abandoned vehicle, and I talked to one of the complainants on Saturday at length to kind of let people understand that there's, just because it's out there, it doesn't just give us carte blanche to be able to do things. There's rules and regulations we gotta follow. So, under the state statute where it says abandoned vehicle, there's a definition for abandoned, which basically means nobody wants it, they don't have any intention to come back to get it, things like that, which is an element of what I have to be able to just go remove somebody's property from out in front of their house. So, the couple vehicles that we've identified right off the bat are not abandoned. People want them. However, they are a little bit of an eyesore. So, kind of in the way y'all like to know how I like to police up here is, you know, we've taken the steps of contacting owners, trying to remedy the problem, things like that to get things moving in such a way. So, without going into too many details, the two owners that we contacted are in the process of trying to fix their stuff, so that we don't have the eyesores out there. So we're gonna go along those lines. However, on the backside of that, we're gonna go ahead and try to add in some language into the muni statute that I'm gonna draft up and send over to Brendan, to basically allow the town to have a muni code in there that says something along the lines of, you know, storing your personal stuff on public right-of-way is prohibited, things like that, which will take into account campers, the pop-ups that, you know, somebody uses them for one season and they're there for 10 years, you know, and they clog up the gutters and things like that. So if we can't remedy the problem by talking to people and getting stuff moved like that, then we have something in the enforcement side of things to back us up, and then, okay, then we're just gonna tell it. So that's in the works. We'll hopefully get that out here sooner than later. The only other thing I want to talk about real quick was I have a meeting set up tomorrow up in Loveland with some, with the heads of departments for Larimer County, Weld County, no, I'm sorry, just Larimer County, Estes Park, State Patrol, and us. Estes Park has been seeing some, well, with the canyon closures and stuff like that, and the ingress egress, they had a couple back-to-back like fatal crashes up on 34 and up and around their neck of the woods due to alcohol-related, drug-related driving. So their chief up there wants to put together a DUI grant proposal, which is very similar to what the state of Colorado does, the click or ticket, the heat is on campaigns, things like that. So, but they want to start it in this neck of the woods, so they want to focus on the North St. Vrain, the South St. Vrain, Highway 34, and in and around Estes Park. So that kind of brings us into the mix with this project. So we're gonna meet tomorrow morning and talk about funding and how this is gonna look and when we're gonna do this. The funding will come through the state of Colorado, the state grants, very similar to the DUI grants that we already have. So hopefully we're gonna be able to announce at some point in time in the near future, a weekend or a couple weekends or a week-long type of campaign of, hey, we're out here, we're gonna saturate this area. So it's gonna kind of be anchored in the Estes Park region and then down here in the Lines. So part of that's gonna be some message boards outside of town saying, hey, look, we're kind of doing the DUI enforcement up canyons, saturate. So you might start seeing extra patrol cars, extra state patrol guys, and Larimer County kind of going back and forth and around this loop. So not 100% sure what the whole event's gonna look like, but that's what we're gonna try to put together. So I have a meeting tomorrow for that, and we should have some things decided. That's all I have. Is that what
Any questions for Sergeant Christ? All right, thank you so much. All right, next up on the agenda is the Student Advisory Commission. So I'd like to invite our members of the commission.
You're gonna use your table.
Sorry, we might need one more chair. Chair we can
We're gonna bring one up.
Okay. Thank you. Hello.
Can you turn your microphone on? Just
So we have Chair Olivia Coe, I'm sorry, Commissioner Charlie Brown, Commissioner Black Farrell. So over to Chair, give an update.
So we just wanted to first say who we are and like what grade we are in at Lyons High School. So I'm a senior at Lyons High School, and as she said, I'm the chair of the Student Advisory Board. My name is Olivia.
Hello, I'm Charlie Gow. I'm a junior and I'm a commissioner on the board.
I'm Beck Farrell. I'm a sophomore at Lyons Middle Senior, and I'm on the Student Advisory Commission and the Boulder County Vaping Task Force.
So first, we're just going to give you guys a recap of what we have been doing regarding vaping, teen vaping, and trying to lower that percentage around kids our age. So Beck is going to talk about that.
So yes, like Ms. Cope said, we are working on preventing youth use, and we're doing that in two ways. The first being regulation on the ways people are able to acquire these goods, so preventing acquisition. And then the second is education among the youth and making sure no misinformation is being spread. And we will be speaking actually towards the end of the school year at the elementary school with some of the up-and-coming middle schoolers about these vaping products and why they're harmful. And the hope is that none of them will use them in the future.
We've also been talking about the herbicide issue in town as a board. We've just been discussing possible solutions and the problem itself and like the controversy behind it versus like how is it affecting the environment and people versus actually being a plausible solution to the problem. And yeah, that's just like another thing we've been having in our agenda.
So another thing that we recently added to the agenda is something we wanted to run past the board, actually. We were talking about lowering the voting age to possibly 17, just for not like city officials and voting on mayoral candidates, but more on issues that are happening and just trying to get more young adults involved in the voting process and more involved in the community. So we thought that just voting on issues might bring people to pay more attention to that. So we thought maybe we could go around our school and do a survey to see how our peers would like that idea and if they would be interested in having the voting age lowered on just for issues. But we wanted to run it past the board first and see what you guys thought about it.
So, look, before we do that, can you maybe just give them a little summary of some of the regulations you've been talking about around vaping? Like just maybe a little more color around some of the things that we've talked about, maybe doing at the town of Lyons level, but also, because there's so much happening at the state and the federal, why we haven't, and why you all haven't taken a position on that yet.
Yeah, or Commissioner Farrell.
Okay. So with vaping, it's been really tough between local, state, and then federal government. There's been a lot of, or a lack thereof, of communication between the three. But on a local level, we've been discussing, the first step is speaking with the elementary school, but then we've been discussing basically the punishment for usage and what that would entail. And I know I was speaking with an SRO who was saying that he does not personally believe in punishing the students because the school system hits them rather hard.
So the other thing we talked about is the raising the age or potentially locally banning flavored products like some of the other communities have. And so the challenge with doing that is what we're finding is that there's no licensure structure for selling cigarettes and tobacco products. Believe it or not, you don't have to have a license as a business to do that. And so in order to enforce those limits, you'd have to put a licensing program in place. And so what they have found and kind of becoming part of the Boulder County Task Force, which was formed, which Commissioner Farrell represents us on, is that the county has expressed interest in maybe creating and establishing that licensing program so it wouldn't fall to the local municipalities to do. So we're kind of waiting to see what happens maybe at the state level, because the state's also talking about raising the limit to 21, which they've done federally, I believe. The federal law has been raised to 21, but until the local governments do something as well, it's kind of hard to enforce. Do you want to update us on the state?
Yeah, I can give you a quick update on the state laws that are currently before the legislature, and I'm Brandon Dittman, the town attorney. So I was recently discussing with CML, Colorado Municipal League, and their lobbyists about two bills that are currently pending before the state legislature, and I'll bring my notes on those. The first is actually HB 1001. This is the Nicotine Products Regulation Act, very sexy name. And this is the one you just talked about, where it would raise the purchasing age from 18 to 21 for all nicotine products, including vaping products. It also has a number of other kind of regulatory things. It decriminalizes the purchase of nicotine products by minors, but it, by the same token, also increases the penalties for selling nicotine products to minors. And so minors would no longer be criminally liable for purchasing those products, but people who do so would have increased penalties on them. It also creates restrictions on advertising of electronic cigarettes, prohibits the sales of electronic cigarettes 500 feet from a school, and the outward advertising of those products anywhere. And so it does have quite a bit of regulatory kind of impact to this. Another piece that bill I didn't mention is it also does create more increased state kind of licensure program around nicotine products of all kinds. There's also a companion bill that kind of follows this one, HB 2013-90. And this one is the flavor ban that we've kind of previously discussed. This bill is not as far along as the nicotine products regulation bill, but the nicotine products regulation bill is expected to pass the state legislature, and it's assumed that the flavor ban piece of this would also either be part of the nicotine products regulation bill or separately be passed. And so there is a lot of action during the legislative session on these two issues. And CML is in support of, I think, both of those bills, so.
And I just want to commend the commissioners because they have really put a lot of time into researching these issues and getting up to speed on kind of what you can and can't do and what the challenges are of doing things locally. So I think where you all are is we're kind of waiting to see what happens at the state level. But once we know what happens at the state level, then I think there's still some additional things that we could discuss doing locally, and some of those at the task force that I also went to with Commissioner Farrell was to look at your zoning code. You may want to put additional restrictions in about how close to schools they can sell tobacco products, and you can do some of those things without having to go to the licensure step. So if that bill doesn't pass for some reason and the licensure isn't something we pursue, there are still some things we might want to consider. So could be more to come in terms of recommendations eventually. Then is anything else? And I know we had talked about maybe getting some feedback from Sergeant Chris about current enforcement policies around vaping products. Do you guys have a?
It's in the schools. I mean, it's illegal, yeah, and we enforce it.
Are kids ticketed, or what's the enforcement look like?
Yeah.
Ticketed?
Yeah, it's like a minor in possession ticket.
And do they come into Lions Court then?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You guys have any questions? No? Okay. All right. Does the board have questions on vaping before we talk about the other issue? Great. So the voting issue, this actually we just recently talked about this at the very last meeting about what other issues might this group want to weigh in on, and we provided an update on the petition that will be coming to the board on the use of pesticides and herbicides in the town property. So they, you guys expressed some interest in maybe just learning more about what that would require. But then the voting issue also came up. A lot of communities have passed local ordinances allowing 17-year-olds, or in some cases I think even 16-year-olds, to vote on issues, local issues in elections. And there are some studies out there that show getting students involved in voting earlier helps them become more regular voters as adults. And so I think Chair Coe put it pretty clearly already that they're looking for some feedback from the board on whether this is something you want them to research. Somebody have any suggestions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
One thought that comes up is, and I wish there were a requirement for adults like this too, but for there to be some education program associated with the ability so that students would have an opportunity to understand what the issues are and have sort of pro and con information provided in the schools to support the vote.
Do you have other stuff?
Okay, so we did talk in our meeting about potential ways to educate those who are interested in voting. And it'd be something we would have to work out with the school, but we were thinking like having a lunch, just meeting where we educated ourselves on the topics that were being voted on, and we were able to present factual information regarding those topics, that kids had a better idea of what they were choosing, per se.
Yeah, along with that, yeah, it's the topic we brought up, you're learning on the same count, but you have to be like registered in that sense as part of those informed students to be able to vote. Like, the option wouldn't be available to everyone if they did not try and attempt to like educate themselves on the topic before voting on it. So, yeah, that was something we were also discussing. If you guys had anything to add to that, we really didn't come to a conclusion.
I think so.
Alternative.
One potential stumbling block for an education requirement, equal protection clause argument, what if you couldn't understand the language in which the education was presented in, or had a disability, in which you'd be treated differently as a different class of citizens, so we'd have to examine very carefully what those requirements were and if they're permissible or not.
I know that one of the commissioners on our board, Commissioner Richardson, she has talked on possibly forming a club called Get Out the Vote, and it would be for any party, like any political party that wanted to come, and you could just learn about like issues and candidates, and I know she was kind of more thinking more federally, but if this were to be implemented, I know she would definitely be interested in implementing it more locally as well. So I think that could be a really great resource for a lot of the kids at the high school. And they would meet like just at lunch sometime, and whoever wanted to go could. But yeah, so I think that'd be a really great way for people to hear about the issues and stuff. So maybe, especially if it was one of the commissioners on our board, then they would already know about the issues that we talked about in the meetings, so she could bring that to the lunch meetings, and I think that would be a really great way for people to learn about it.
Other thoughts about having them continue to research the issue? Trustee Brown?
Yeah, one
And
thing
trustee Brown.
that may need to be researched, perhaps with town clerk, is how would you register? Because to vote on our municipal elections, you have to be registered, which normally the county does. And if it's only on issues, would there be like a separate town voter registration process for those who aren't registered for under 18 voters? Is that how it would work?
You know, everything comes through state statute, having to be 18 to vote, registering through the county. It's not anything that we set locally, so, and all of my voter lists come from the county. So to do it at a local level, I'm not even
I know
sure.
Golden, I think Golden is the one that has done it, so we would have to look and see
Yeah.
maybe how they're doing it.
Yeah, they said some other cities have done it, so maybe that's some research could be done, is contact a couple of those cities and say, how do you do this if it's somebody that hasn't been registered through the county? Did you do it at the city level? And did you think it's something like, that's just, I think everything they research, I think it's how you would administer it.
Trustee Brown?
Well, and I was also curious, how would it look like on an actual ballot? So if you are voting on an issue versus if it's also paired with candidates for a particular local office, what would that potentially look like? Just curious.
Yeah, those are all good, really good points. I mean, I think it'd be interesting to see how Golden is doing this, because I know that they're the one in Colorado.
It looks like Golden's failed.
Oh, it did. They put it to the voters.
Yeah, in 2018, they put it before the voters and it failed.
It's because they didn't have the youth.
Yeah.
So I think what could be, I guess it's a good question to see what is feasible. I mean, so I expect that it probably would have to go to the voters to make that change, so.
It was a
I'm
ballot
not
question
surprised
in
that- okay.
Golden, and it failed
I thought it
65% to 35.
So, but if it had passed, what would they have done?
Golden's ballot question 2E proposed to allow 16 and 17-year-old residents to vote on municipal ballot questions.
Okay, because I'm wondering if possibly for the 16 said you may have to only allow them to vote in person, or something like that, and then they could vote maybe on, you know, there might be a way to do something like that, but yeah, it's good point to research.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I had thought Golden was successful.
It doesn't appear to be, but maybe they did in 2019, I don't know.
We could also potentially research like maybe other cities have implemented that as well, or even as a group discuss that as how we think we would implement that if it hasn't been done before.
It looks like, according to this article out of Golden, it looks like 3 smaller cities in Maryland allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote, and of course in Berkeley, California. So,
What are you saying?
there you go.
All right. Would anyone object to them doing the research on it?
No, go for it.
Okay. All right, so anything else you want to add for wrap-up?
Yeah, we wanted to ask the board of trustees if you guys had any topics or issues you wanted us to look into as a board. If you guys had any ideas.
Any other issues? You suggest?
That's okay too.
And if they think of any in the future as well, contact us. Yeah.
Yeah, you just let Mayor Sullivan.
Mayor Pro Tem. I'm sorry, Trustee Farrell, are you done?
Go ahead.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Two things. One is volunteer participation by students in town initiatives and volunteer efforts.
So I was just curious if transportation is an issue for our teenagers, from Lyons to other communities like Boulder and Longmont, and would you have any possible solutions for that?
Or transportation for what? I'm sorry.
Specific transportation for,
Sorry.
do teenagers need specific transportation that they can't get from their parents? You know,
Say in general for public transportation.
right,
Okay.
but for teenagers, I'm just curious if there's something in that area that is a need.
Okay.
Um,
So like a polling thing, I guess we could. Or you want?
Old school.
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Right, well, I just want to say this group has been working really, really hard, and they are really fun to work with and a pleasure to work with, and they're doing an amazing job on behalf of the town. So thank you all for what you've been doing, and look forward to taking on some of these new issues.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right. Next we have staff reports, so we'll get our flood recovery update.
I have quite a bit I want to go over tonight, but we'll start with the projects and where we're at. The eastern corridor, we're still working on connecting the sewer and testing the sewer line. And then they'll shift their efforts over to the two PRVs that aren't fully connected yet. They still have to do piping and connection for those. The Second Avenue Bridge, we did have 90% design, we did receive 90% design, and we've been doing review and sent back comments to the consultant for that, and we will be meeting tomorrow to review our comments, and then we'll move forward with 100% design. Bone Park Phase 2, they're continuing to work on the pavilion, they're focusing on the electrical portion and the masonry. We still are running into challenges with the fence and the wind load requirement, but I believe we will be moving forward next week to start installing the fence. And then in about 2 weeks, they'll start the irrigation, which is the wet well and the pump house to draw irrigation water out of the river. So they'll start that in about 2 weeks. In Lions Valley River Park, I know that they were working on finishing up the kayaking mast last week. I need to check back in, but I believe they got all that work done, but they were wanting to meet with S2O to confirm how it's set up, that it's done correctly. So depending if they got to meet on that or not. And then the rest of the items will really be completed in the spring, which is the irrigation and the landscaping. And then the grading of the recycle area has been delayed because we've had just so much snow. It's just been so muddy out there, but he knows that's something that needs to be completed out there. The Northwest Utilities, which is the Apple Valley water line relocation, there's really no update on that. We'll be activating that line this spring. And then for the public works buildings, it looks like we're gonna try and get a certificate of occupancy sometime in mid-March. And hopefully we can move in mid to late March into those two buildings. The 4th and Evans pedestrian bridge, we have on the agenda tonight to accept the IGA for the Safe Routes to School grant. And then the 4th and Evans paving and road repairs, we put that out to bid and we received one bid. And per federal requirements, you cannot accept one bid. So we went back and looked at what we posted and decided there was a little bit of stream and bank stabilization work in the scope. And we took that out and we are reposting the bid tomorrow. And we are looking at other options for that bank stabilization. So those bids will probably be due back March 20th. And then the Lions Valley Park Bank Stabilization Project, we put that out to bid for construction, and that one we received 7 bids. So we put that on the agenda for award for tonight. And then we will schedule a kickoff meeting and get a schedule from the contractor. But we are needing to get agreements with Highland and Keith Bell to access that area, so those are in process. The advanced warning signal that we're putting out in the Eastern Corridor area, received one bid on that, so that had to be reposted, and those bids are due back March 4th. Just so you know too, if we put it out to bid a second time and we still only receive one bid, then we can go ahead and move forward with the one bid. We just have to show due diligence and try again. So, and then the storm drainage projects, the one, it's for High Street between 4th and 5th, and Red Gulch, which is in Lone Park. We put out an RFP for design, and those proposals are due back March 4th. And we do want to go over the schedule that we have on the whiteboard here, but before we do, there's a couple other items I wanted to update the board on. I don't know if you recall, but the state was withholding any FEMA reimbursements until they knew where we're at with our grants and our reimbursements, and where the $9.5 million that they gave us for cash flow, where that's all at. So we finished up a spreadsheet that reconciled all the grants that we have open or closed. And so we have about 5.8 million outstanding and about 3.5 in the bank, or in the fund. So that accounts for our 9.5 million. So we sent that over to the state on Friday, so hopefully they can review it quickly. But it takes time to look at all that stuff, so. But until then, I think we've got a little over 2 million out of reimbursements, waiting for them to review that information for FEMA projects. I also put in the packet for tonight an update on our PAP budget. And right now we're about 52,000 over budget. And that includes an estimate for the paving at 4th and Evans. So once that is awarded, I can plug in a true number in there, but right now that's just an estimate for that work. Also, we have closed out 13 projects, FEMA projects, and they have been sitting with the state for the review for 1 to 2 years now. But they finally have brought in a consultant, and they're gonna start closing those out. So once they're closed with the state, it will go to FEMA,
and then FEMA has up to 18 months to do their closeout. So that's, and we still have more projects to submit for closeout. These are just the ones that we already have in the queue, but we still probably have 15, 17 more projects to submit for closeout. So realistically, after we will not get our final payment on FEMA projects until FEMA finishes their review, which we estimate to be 2 to 4 years. Then we can collect our match. So we have to, so it's gonna be years before the FEMA portion of this flood recovery is fully reimbursed to the town. So I just wanna give you guys that update. So to circle back on our schedule, up here on the whiteboard, we have quite a few projects, town projects, flood recovery projects. We've got projects, the high school has a project coming up. Longmont has a water line project. Excel's doing a project along Highway 66. So we have a lot of overlapping projects, and there's quite a few that are concentrated in one area as well. So there's gonna be a lot of road closures. It's gonna be very difficult this spring and summer with all these projects. So we were trying to look at today with also our events up at the very top, the little asterisks across the top, those are all the events we have coming up this year too. So we're trying to coordinate and schedule these projects so that they're not on top of each other and we can still have these events going on. So this is our first attempt that we looked at today, and we will review this weekly or every other week. But sometimes, we also, a lot of this stuff hasn't been put out to bid yet, so we have to get actual schedules from the contractors. So,
Can I get to that?
huh?
Can I get to that?
Yes.
So this is being put into a formal spreadsheet as
Yeah.
well, so we'll have that, and I think we'll put it on our website so people can understand. But basically, the things in green are flood recovery, the things in red are other projects happening simultaneously this summer. The big issue we're trying to work around is this road repaving. And we don't want to go and repave our roads and then have Longmont come in with their raw water line and cut through it. So we're trying to coordinate between events, because we have a plan to repave McConnell and Second, which are both primary routes to get to the park for most of the events that are listed up there, as well as if Summit Housing moves forward, they're gonna need McConnell to do all of their construction, to move their construction equipment. Same with the high school, the new auditorium, and Bone Park finishing, the stream bank recovery will go over McConnell. So we're just trying to coordinate the best possible way we can to get the projects done within the timeframes allowed, which all of the green are hard deadlines. The money ends, so we have to be done with them, and then coordinating that with all these contractors. So we just want the board to be aware and the public to be aware that we have, 12 major projects all happening between now and October, and to bear with us, and there may be some circumstances that we pave a road because we have the funding to do it, and someone might come along and cut it. That's not, we're trying to avoid that, but it could still happen. And like Tracy said, that we're reviewing this weekly, and we'll probably get down to the weeks within each month as we do this. But there's a lot of coordination going on to make sure McConnell and Second aren't under construction while festivals are going and runs. And then Second Avenue Bridge will be removed at the end of July. So all traffic will have to go McConnell. And coordinating that with that road being repaired or replaced. So just a lot of activity going on. So we'll put out a formal spreadsheet with this, market draft, of course, subject to change, but if there's something up here we're missing that you guys know about, we need to get it up here now, so we're coordinating our contractors.
The only thing I mentioned earlier was some of the bike races that come through and use Railroad. that aren't on here, that we don't permit, but the county permits.
Like
So
the
probably
Buffalo
just making
Run?
sure the county.
Buffalo Classic.
So
They-
do you contact the county for that?
Well, they use Railroad Avenue, and that's where Longmont's raw water line runs
Yep.
up.
For sandstone park access, so.
So, and the High Street, stormwater improvements, if Good Old Days is at the elementary school again, and there was another thing in that area, we need to schedule, we need to be done with everything in the Main Street area before the Spooktacular. So, there's a year ahead of planning going on, and just wanted people to know that although people think there might not be a lot going on, or flood recovery's over, it is not, and lots of activity still happening in our little town.
We still have to get a schedule from the high school and Longmont. We kind of guessed at their schedules today, but, so there's a lot of schedules we have to officially receive, and we can work with the contractors and, you know, let them know certain areas need to be done before others. We need to always have one lane open, and maybe on the weekends we have both lanes open. We'll work on the best scenarios that we can to work with all this going on, and including the events, so.
Trustee Travis?
On the Long Street utility, the water line going down Railroad,
Uh-huh.
is that, they're gonna shut down the whole road, or they're gonna, and the reason I'm asking is, we have parking there, that's important for our downtown businesses, and we have the 2 EV stations. Do we need to let the state or the county know when those EV stations are offline? Do they have an app like we do with the trails and closures, anything like that? Might, in case someone comes up here going, I need to charge, but I can make the lines, and we'll find out that,
They get
no,
here
they
and they
can't.
come back.
So,
Okay, good point. We can take a look at that too. All right, so as you think of things, send them my way and we'll include it in our weekly planning. Okay?
Trustee Burton?
A few questions. One's a general question, and it may be a dumb question, but it wouldn't be the first one I've ever asked. We always get reports like on the Second Avenue Bridge that 90% design is complete, but we never see 100%. What's the difference between 90% and 1%? Is it just a few routine steps, or can you expect 100% to follow fairly shortly after 90%?
Yeah, I think with the, you know, we did a 30% for FEMA review, and that's pretty conceptual. It's a little bit more than conceptual, but, and then the majority of your work of design is coming in from your 30 to 90%. And so you've got a lot of your bridge designed right there. So now going from there to 100% is just kind of adjusting some of the comments that come back and just some of the details. And
Yeah.
so it should move fairly quickly to get it to 100%.
Utility lines, if you think about all the utilities running across Second Avenue, we have to place temporary poles to move it temporarily till the permanent, things like that happen between 90 and 100.
So once 90% is approved by the state and feds, then it really, from that point forward, it's just a.
90% is more the infrastructure is approved and engineered and all of that, and then there's all the details.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
And actually, they don't have to approve it, it's us approving it.
Okay.
So we have an engineer reviewing it and giving comments back on it, and,
Second question is the skate park. On the building part phase 2 report, it said substantially complete by May and anticipated final completion in June. For potential access to the skate park, are we looking at the substantial completion date or the final completion date?
the final probably. I mean, just for the, you know, the liability of the contractor, it's still a construction area, so to still allow, and they still have work to do over there, they have irrigation and landscaping to do, so you also want that to establish as well, so, so I think it's just final completion, and the whole area will be open.
And then thirdly, the ball field fence, we've had several reports on that, of getting it up to 140 miles an hour and added cost. Do you know how much added cost we're looking at for getting it up to the 140 mile an hour standard?
So the board has already approved a $50,000 change order, and I believe that's all that we're gonna need to establish what's required per the town code and the international building code that we're
And
following.
that's all grant funded, right?
Yes, well, it comes out of the pilot, so,
So
I
the
mean,
more we put into that, it could, if both the 50,000 we have, if it goes above that, it would impact impact other pilot project possibilities, I guess.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know where we could take that, any overages out of any pilot projects.
Because we're getting to the end.
Because we're at the end, all we have left is that paving of the curb, and I don't know that and we have that bank stabilization where that retaining wall used to be.
Mhm.
And actually, we might be coming up with an alternative where we won't need to do anything there. So that is a cost savings. But we're already pulling that cost out. So there's really nothing we can trade out to balance out this overage that we have right now, which is 52,000.
Tracy, we did look at, Tracy and Director Cosgrove and myself looked at what other projects were left we could value and engineer. We really only we came up with 36,000 or something to that effect. So there's a little bit, that would be doing away with things maybe within the shelter building. Trying to remember what else was on that list. It was a couple weeks ago we did that.
Well,
we have started to take a
custom
look at
gates that we're
Oh,
gonna
the gates.
take out of there. There's a couple of things we're trying, and yeah, we asked the contractor to look at value engineering anything that they can. But yeah, it's.
But I think overall, if we can come in that $25 million project within
Okay,
$30,000 to $50,000, that's awesome. So,
thank you.
yep. Anything else for flood recovery? Questions? No? I'll try to, I know we have a lot on our agenda, and we're just at the beginning. So, other administrative issues, thank you. The good news of the week is that on Friday afternoon, we closed with Paul Tamburello and the Think Generator Group. They are now the proud owners of Lot 1, Lot 2, or Lot 2 and Lot 3 of Lions Village East plats and the railroad right-of-way on the south parcel. And so we closed on that property. Tonight on your agenda, there is a resolution just ratifying the railroad right-of-way, which was approved through an MOU with them, but the Finance Corporation and some other parties would like that a little more formal, so we are going to ratify that tonight, hopefully. But that project now, Mr. Tamburello is prepared to start his asbestos removal and has indicated he wants to demolish the buildings on the north side as soon as possible. And, but is working with us to lease back a little bit of space for storage of our salt and sand till we get through the winter season, and a few little pieces of equipment that are still on his property until we get our certificate of occupancy on the north side. So that's that. So, and I should mention that the purchase price on that was $851,000. That will be reimbursed to the Water and Sewer Fund, and for the board to determine its next, how they would like to use that moving forward.
Can we just stop and let that all sink in for a way? Literally the last 4 boards that, and I know
It has
boards
been
prior
10
to
years,
that
10 years.
have worked on trying to make something happen with this property. And so this is a huge milestone for the town. It's taken several steps, getting it annexed, getting it appraised,
Getting sewer and
negotiating
water,
with
sewer,
Longmont, getting EDA grants for the utilities. I mean, this is a really big deal, and I just want to thank the staff and for your work on this. I mean, many, many, many hours of, negotiations and planning and and everything. So this is just really exciting. So thanks for getting it done.
And Paul's out there in the audience, he's one who had to live through the subdivision and planning and all the legal part of the land use. So I feel really good about the sale, and Mr. Tamburello wanting to do something that's right for our community, and he's excited to get started.
He's a great partner, and I think this is a big accomplishment. This board should feel really good about getting wrapped up before the end of our term.
Which takes us to Summit Housing. So, as you know, at our last meeting, the Summit packet that was submitted was found substantially complete. I've gone out to about a dozen referral agencies for their comments. Those comments are now back in and have been provided to Summit to prepare for amendments or responses to those from the referral agencies. It will go to the planning commission on Monday, March 9th.
10th, because Monday, March 9th is the
Can't.
candidates.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. We moved the planning commission meeting to Tuesday, March 10th at 7 PM here, right now. At which time the planning commission will review the plans, the comments, and then hear public input. Again, I want to reiterate to people, this is in regard to land use on Tract A, which is the multifamily housing and the public improvements in the area.
Can I just ask the attorney to clarify one thing? In the past, it's kind of been our practice that trustees who may hear these issues later don't participate in planning commission meetings. Is that still our,
It's still best practice
would that
because
apply to candidates as well?
it could, as I explained to the candidates, and to the trustees, there's a potential for an appeal from the PCDC to the Board of Trustees. That appeal would be a quasi judicial matter, meaning that you're supposed to come into that without prejudging the application or hearing ex parte information, which kind of relates to the prejudgment of the application. And if you exhibit a bias or have prejudged the application or heard a number of ex parte contexts which would substantially impact your decision, then under the state standards for ethical conduct of a local official, you're supposed to recuse yourself from participating in that decision. So as to not risk that, it's generally best practice to avoid going to the PCDC meeting or participating in the PCD process prior to the Board of Appeal.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have questions about that? Mayor Person?
I just have a comment that even as the liaison to the PCDC, I recuse myself from any public hearings.
Thank you.
We want to once again remind the public that Highway 36 North is going to be on a full closure starting next Monday, March 9th for 30 days. So CDOT held a public session here in Lyons a week or so ago and has been hosting several in Estes Park to inform people of that closure. You will be able to use Highway 7 for those folks that frequent that area, but the full closure starts next week. So we might see some traffic patterns change on Main Street as well, and some business activity. We'll have to see how that goes, but a 30-day closure is what they're expecting. Want to let the board know that we had a water main break in Apple Valley, totally well above the area where we reconstructed our line. It's at the intersection of Apple Ridge Road and Apple Valley Road. We had to shut down water service between that area and the tank for several hours. After they got it excavated, they found that it was the original pipe laid in 1968. The area had been blasted, and so the pipe, which was made out of ductile iron, was laying on rock and covered in rock. We were able to get it repaired, but it was very corroded. The whole area that was excavated was, the outside of the pipe was corroded. So we are expecting that this is probably going to be the start of many leaks that will start along that 1968 line. And so your $851,000 you just got for water may have to go towards some design and engineering of replacing that line. But this time we were fortunate, it was easy to locate, easy to repair, but it was good to see that that line along that whole area was not vetted in today's standard, and has been there now for 50 years. So let's add that one to our capital improvement list.
Trustee Carlos.
Based on that, now that we have a new utilities director, who's been on the UV for quite a while, 50-year-old infrastructure, as many of you know, kind of as and. I've even noticed in the insurance industry, a lot of homeowners policies are starting to adjust homeowners. Anything at 45 or 50 of your main lines coming to your home, they drop down what they cover, from 10 to 12,000 down to a couple thousand. So it's pretty well known, anything as you approach 45 years of age, except for us, we're all doing great, right? Yeah. Is a problem. I think Fort Lauderdale, Florida, if you look up the last 4 months, they've had some major sewer line breaks, drought, putting a couple 100 million gallons of raw sewage into their waterways. So that's something we'll probably have to look at our CIP as we may have to adjust what we thought we were getting close to a list, because that line, I'm assuming our main line coming off our tanks is probably a significant thing, since it feeds our fire hydrants. So, one more to add to the list.
One word. I do wanna, as you mentioned, a new utilities director, we're pleased to announce that Erin Kaplan has accepted the position of Director of Utilities and Engineering for the town, as well as filling 4 other positions with our 2020 budget and spring, and all of them have local Lions connections or live in Lions. So we're really happy to welcome several people on board there. We do currently have openings still for seasonal parks maintenance is starting open, if you know of folks, and also an administrative assistant part-time for our new public works facility. So, you know people. Boulder County Transportation staff and RTD had a large meeting in Lyons at the end of February as well. They're discussing new service cut reductions, including the Y route from Lyons to Boulder. So we did have our regional representative here, and people were pretty surprised to hear what they're trying to cut. Our representatives for us are gonna try to keep at least 2 southbound and 2 northbound trips, but those are not guaranteed at this point. So therefore, as you guys know, tonight on your agenda and under consent is a contract with Z Trips, which can provide some other local resources for people, transportation to and from not only Boulder, but also to Longmont. So we do need to keep an eye on this. We do not want to lose all routes between here and Boulder. It would be devastating to some folks that we know. Just a couple other highlights. We did get our DOLA $2,500 mini grant that allows us to update all of our kiosk and wayfinding signs around town. If you notice, the sun has been brutal to those, and so those will be getting an update. And we do have 2 events here in the next couple of weeks. One is called Lucky Lions, that's a 5K and 10K run coming up March 14th. And then the all-important 2020 Census Day is April 1st. And so get out and help people if they need assistance filling out that information. Critical to our funding sources here in Lyons.
How long does the census go? I feel like there's been so little communication about the census this year compared to, it just globally, not just Lyons, but federally, even at the state level.
Kim, do you know that?
There's just, no one's talking about it.
The official count day is April 1st, and I think it goes through the month of April.
I think it's 30 days.
I think it'd be great if the town could do some local, kind of just reminding people, everybody, why it's so important that they be counted.
We are
This
doing
is
that.
really critical.
We put a half-page ad in the Redstone in February and will again in March,
Okay.
and then a quarter page in January. And then we've been including it in our utility bill newsletters and e-blasts.
Yeah, I'm seeing hints of it, but I just.
More, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, we did get a grant for some advertising for it through, is that DOLA as well?
Yeah.
DOLA.
okay,
So we'll see what else we can do, maybe some posters.
yeah.
If you have other ideas on how to advertise, we're happy to hear it. The ice rink is now closed for the season. We had a great year, but the sun has moved just enough that it's in the sun now, so it is not holding its temperature, so that is over. And then I want to give a quick coronavirus update so people know what we're doing locally. Today, we were part of a phone call with the county, the state, and several, the school districts, hospitals, and some other folks. And this is about a joint information group that they are forming to address coronavirus. Boulder County Public Health will be the lead agency throughout the county for this, for both the county and municipalities within the county. But we will be working closely, like I said, with school districts, sheriff, University of Colorado is involved as well. And all of the municipalities were on the phone today. for this joint information system. We'll be having weekly meetings from now until, if something happens, either one way or the other, if it does not hit Colorado hard, we'll stop after March. But we are planning to continue to meet on this. They did give an update specifically from Boulder County Public Health that as of today, and if you listen to the news, you probably know this, there are now 68 countries with coronavirus present. All continents are now affected except Antarctica. 90,000 cases globally, and it is now being spread person to person. In Colorado, so far there are no active cases. However, there are 32 people that have been and are being monitored for it. The symptoms, and they want to make sure people know this, the symptom is a fever, cough, and shortness of breath. And it can range from very mild to severe, so people can be walking around with it and not realize that's what they have and spreading it. If you have a fever, you are to stay home and are, as should other people within the household. The 4 things they want communities to get across: get your flu shot, it is not too late. Stay home if you have a fever, cover your coughs, clean your hands and surfaces frequently, and work remotely. Have a plan to work remotely or virtually as we move forward. As of right now, there's no triggers for large events to be canceled. They said until there are issues or more cases in the state, that will be up to individual communities to determine if they want to cancel their large events. We will be notified if there is a case identified within Boulder County. The other thing they said was, at what point should travel in the U.S. be limited or into Colorado? They said there are no travel restrictions at this time, of course, but it will be the CDC and the Colorado Department of Public Health who will determine if travel will be suspended in or out of our state. Of course, right now there are 4 countries that travel is restricted to unless it is critical. The other thing they really want us to tell people is all the best up-to-date information specific to our county can be found at, it's called boco.org/COVID-19. That will be all the updated information, including their emergency response plans and communication plans for the virus. At this point, there's no need for a local call center, but get our information there. Our own local Jocelyn Farrell is the quarantine support team lead. So for our county, if people are at risk, high risk, or are being quarantined, she will be leading efforts for rental assistance, food assistance, and
I think you
mental health.
meant different Jocelyn.
Fankhauser.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said,
sitting here
I
thinking
took like, I'm sorry, Jocelyn Fankhauser, or Health and Human Services. So she will be coordinating those efforts countywide for us. Jocelyn, you just stay home if you feel sick. One of the biggest areas where there is concern in the county is our jail. And they don't have capacity right now to quarantine in the jail. And so they're trying to figure that out before it could potentially happen. And the best modeling that our public health department has right now shows that it will peak globally around April. And that it may lapse over some of the summer, but it's too early to say how it's going to react, if it's going to be like other flus, that it wanes in the summer months and then hits hard again in the fall. So, flu shots, cover your cough, wash surfaces, and stay home if you have a fever.
And just it's a dry cough typically.
It's a dry cough.
And please don't buy a face mask unless you're actually sick and need to go out in public. There are so many healthcare workers that need those, and they're already struggling to get what they need. So yeah, there's a lot of good information out there. I think stick to the reputable sites, not Twitter, other hashtags that are out there. So.
We'll continue to put information on our Facebook page, our e-blasts, our website. mostly with links to professionals that are dealing with this. But if there's a situation in Lyons, we did talk specifically about Lyons with us not having a medical clinic. And what would we do if someone called us or came to us and said, I have the symptoms? And they basically said, you treat it like any other virus, go home unless you are very sick and need to be hospitalized.
Right.
That's the update.
I also heard they're trying to also encourage just hand sanitizer and is anywhere you can put it, although I did go to Target this weekend and there was no hand sanitizer to be found in either type.
They did say that if we choose to have larger events, or even events such as we're having next week, we have 2 large public meetings in small spaces. Monday is the Canvas Forum, Tuesday's the Planning Commission. They did just say that make sure that you do have hand sanitizers available, and to just simply ask people, if you are not feeling well, please do not attend. Our meetings will be televised. If you want to watch from home, you can write in questions to staff. But just to please just be respectful and no reason to transmit. If you have a fever, it's either a virus, some type of virus, or illness, so stay home.
Trustee Ross.
I have a question for staff regarding the board's ballot question on single hauler trash service. We just,
Does it relate to
Single
coronavirus or?
No, single hauler.
Okay,
you were done with the review
Yep.
report, right? Okay. We discussed producing an objective fact sheet of pros and cons. Is that still?
That's still in the works, yes.
Okay, yeah, someone asked me this week, and I actually identified that Brandon had some change of perspective on legal justification for that, or
No.
just a mistake?
I know there's the advice I given previously, and I think what the board agreed, we were gonna do one pro-con sheet coming from the board, that individual boards are gonna do their own pro-con statements, is still my position. And I've told people that we're not doing individual board pro-con statements, and that the board of trustees will be the pro-con statement.
Yeah, which is normally speaking with one voice, right?
Yeah, that's the only, I guess, clarification beyond what was already discussed.
We do want to mention about timing of ballots, so.
Yes, ballots are scheduled to go out on March 16th. We've coordinated with the county. Tomorrow is their primary election, so after that is done, they're gonna be here next week to change out the locks in the ballot box and give us access to the security camera system for our election. And ballots will go out the 16th, and then they will be due on the 7th, election day.
So on March 16th, we will set that pro-con statement, and it'll be out that week.
Also, there was a noxious weed initiative petition that was submitted. It was reviewed and approved by legal. It has been returned out to the petitioners. They have 180 days to secure the 82 valid signatures that they need to get moving forward.
Sorry, Trustee Brown.
Not a question on the report, just a comment on one item in there, and maybe we'll get to this later in connection with the Lake McIntosh years, but there was a mention of apparently some updated information on the availability of CBT shared and water resources with Longmont, because we made a significant alteration in the town code based on information, a year or so ago. I'd really like to see more detail on that at some point. Update on the CBT share availability and exactly how we're gonna get the water in the park. Maybe we'll get into that.
No, I have a separate memo by the individual we hired to do the water.
The BBA?
Yeah, the BBA, so I have a brand new report I can forward to the board.
Okay, yeah,
I was not gonna plan to go through it tonight, but I can send it.
Water availability and how we use it and how many extra CBT shares we have is very important information, so thank you.
Did you have anything?
Yeah, I have a quick legal report on other bills of interest. I promise to bring back to you. We already talked about the 2 nicotine and vaping related bills in the state legislature right now. There's a handful of other ones I thought maybe the board would be interested in knowing about. The first of which is HB 2013-08, and this is a clarification of the open meetings laws and what I think all of you will be very happy about. it creates a clarification that non-substantive emails between elected officials are not a meeting. Specifically, this is for scheduling events and checking availabilities. And so we have an email chain where we're back and forth talking about who's available for what. This law make that no longer a public meeting. So I think it would be very helpful for all of us in doing our work.
If it passes.
Yeah.
When will that be?
So it's currently under consideration. It's not, I mean, we're still pretty early in the session, so nothing here is passed. It's some stage of introduction. Another bill I think Lions has expressed some interest in the past, this concept is SB 2010, which would allow local governments to ban single-use plastics. Right now, there's a prohibition in the Colorado state statutes from us doing that. This would allow expressly for local governments to ban single-use plastics, including plastic bags, which is usually the hot topic, or straws is the other one. The last one I want to talk about, at least a bill that's been introduced, is SB 2147, which is one worth keeping an eye on that CML is vigorously opposing, which would make it harder for municipalities to annex unincorporated county land. Right now, you may remember that there's a contiguity requirement of 1/6. This would increase that to 1/3. Contiguity. It would also create all sorts of barriers benefiting the counties, be able to prevent annexation by municipalities. And so obviously CML is opposed to creating increased limitations on municipal power to annex. And so that's one that's worth keeping an eye on over time. I've also been informed there's a number of ideas floating around the legislature and likely a bill being introduced on special districts. There's a lot of political turmoil over how special districts run and have how their boards are appointed and those kinds of issues. One issue that may be relevant to Lions, maybe not now, but in the future, is that special districts that span both the county and the municipality, if any piece of that special district falls in a county, that county has the final say on basically the creation of that special district. As part of this rewrite of special district laws in Colorado, CML is advocating for it to be done more neutrally, where whoever has the larger piece of the special district would have the final say on basically the special district plan. So that would be a major change over the way it is now, because now, if there's a special district in Lions and 10 feet of it was in Boulder County, Boulder County would be the final authority on approving a special district. So this is another thing to keep an eye out. And those are the major bills that I know about and been told about on CML's bill tracking spreadsheet as they're applicable to us, but I'd be happy to take any questions on this.
Questions? Okay. Great, thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is audience business. This is the portion of the meeting where the audience can approach the board on items that are not on tonight's agenda for a public hearing. We do have two public hearings scheduled for this evening, one on ordinance 1077, which relates to amending the Town of Lions Code regarding trees, and then also a resolution for a conditional use application for a campground located at 601 Indian Lookout Road. So if you're here to speak to either of those issues, please hold your comments until those public hearings come up on the agenda. Is there a public hearing with the appeals?
Yeah, yes.
Is there, okay, so there's also a third public hearing associated with Board of Appeals, which the Board of Trustees also serves as.
It's not the Board of Appeals, Board of Trustees.
Oh, it is supposed to be the Board of Appeals, I didn't know if we had to.
That was in it, no.
Okay, so Board of Trustees will be hearing an appeal. It is a public hearing.
Right, it's a public hearing
Okay.
on the Board of Appeals.
Yes.
So that was an incorrect piece of the agenda where there's 3 public hearings
It is.
before the Board of Trustees. Yeah.
Okay, so add that to the list of things to hold your comments for. And before I invite the public to come on up, I do have a proclamation I'd like to read. So this is a proclamation for Arbor Day. Whereas in 1892, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our town increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community, and whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal, and whereas the town of Lyons, Colorado has been recognized as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation and desires to continue its tree planting ways. Now therefore, I, Connie Sullivan, Mayor of the town of Lyons, Colorado, do proclaim April 24th, 2020 as Arbor Day in the town of Lyons. The Board of Trustees, town staff, and I urge all citizens to support our town's urban forestry program and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. And further, I urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the hearts and promote the well-being of present and future generations. You have to love the irony that we have a tree ordinance on the agenda. Yes. All right, thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and invite speakers to come forward. We have an assignment, please.
Yes, we do. First on is Nicholas Angelo.
Each person will have 4 minutes. Give your name and address, please.
Connie, can you initiate that?
Oh, thank you.
Nicholas Angelo, 4089 Ute Highway. This is a small town hall. We have an incredibly important meeting coming up in regard to a development. I can't be there, but there are going to be a lot of people there. I would make a request, since that was one of the agreements that we entered into with the library, to move that meeting on the 10th to the library also, or else people are going to be packed in here like sardines. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's recording.
Next up is Ryan, I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher your name.
Chechiri, that's it.
Chechiri, okay.
I just wanted to say a few words.
Can your name and address for the record,
Sure,
please?
yeah, my name is Ryan Chechiri, I live at 420 Prospect Street. And I just wanted to say, express my support for the resolution to accept the Safe Routes to Schools program grant. I live in the Confluence neighborhood with my wife and 11-month-old daughter. We do a lot of walking around town from the Confluence into downtown for a lot of different reasons. In the next couple of years, we're going to be taking her up to Lyons Valley Preschool, Lyons Elementary School. At some point, she'll be walking that route on her own. And the route as it is now over the Fifth Street Bridge, of course, is not really a safe and sustainable way for us to be doing that, or certainly for kids to be doing that. I know there's a lot of young families like mine in that neighborhood who I think would agree, and I hope we'll hear from some more of them tonight. And while I'm asking for something, I would also offer that if there's anything that we could do, I can certainly, speaking for myself anyway, to help make up what I understand is some kind of funding gap within accepting that grant. Obviously, I can't clear my calendar, but to the extent that there's anything that I could do individually on a volunteer basis, just as a citizen, to help in that effort, be it with grants or other kind of fundraising efforts, I would be happy to do that if it made your decision easier.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Next, we have Jason Stillman.
Hello, Jason Stillman, 406 Prospect Street. I'm also here to support the motion to accept the grant for the Safe to School route. I've lived in the Confluence neighborhood, it'll be 13 years this summer, and just in the last, seems like just like in the last 3 or 4 years, we've seen a nice, healthy transition of some new young families coming into the neighborhood. And I live there with my wife and our 2.5-year-old child. So it's good to see all those families, and I think it's really fitting that it's a Safe Routes to School fund or grant that's being proposed for this, because Obviously, we want to keep our kids a lot closer to 4th Street than we want them to be 5th Street / the highway. So just hope you'll give that some real consideration when you think about that motion being passed.
Next is Rick DeSalvo.
Hi, everyone. Rick DeSalvo, 419 Park Street, also in the confluence, and also here to speak in favor of the board resolving to accept the Safe Route to School grant. Although I hate to do it looking at this list of projects, adding yet another project, but as the previous neighbors just spoke, I'd like you to really think about the emphasis of the word safe on the grant. Right now, anybody who walks across the Fifth Avenue bridge will know that, that is not a safe route. And also there's people who have walkers or other problems getting over that area, and the sidewalk is not really even wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side on there, let alone if you have an animal with you to walk. So just encourage the board to accept the grant. And as Ryan Cecchiari said, there people in the Confluence neighborhood would be willing to volunteer their time to help with grant writing or that sort of thing, although the staff, the Lions staff is to be commended for all the excellent work they've done on successful work in getting grants, so we fully expect that, they'll be successful in this regard as well. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Kim, are you getting all these names?
We have them recorded, so.
And where they live.
Yeah.
All right, next up is Priscilla Cohan.
Hello, I'm Priscilla Cohan at 426 Park Street, and I'm also here to support the motion of the board to accept the Safe to School route grant, which is an awesome opportunity. I understand there's some more work involved in raising money, which I also would like to offer my assistance in making that happen. I wanted to just do a tiny bit of history. I moved to the Confluence 23 years ago, and that bridge was a bridge that was like this wide and made with rope, and it was red boards that were about this wide, and when you walked on it and went, oh my gosh, which was kind of awesome. Never felt like it was going to go anywhere, but it was. And I also had the pleasure of walking by there the day they lifted that steel bridge into place. I guess that might have been like 10 years before the flood. So, and that bridge also provided a lot of connectivity throughout the neighborhoods. It was an art project during the sculpture trails, when we had those in Lyons. People would do community art projects involving that bridge. So I just wanted to mention those things that I'm highly in support of. So, thank you for your time and efforts.
Next up is Kara Justice.
Hi, my name's Kara Justice, and I live at 346 Park Street. I've lived in Lyons for 10 years now, and I have a little history to go with Priscilla's, but more personal. I walked over that bridge in my wedding dress, got married in Boone Park. I watched it during the flood, like many did, wash away. So I think the acceptance of the Safe to School grant will be a lot of community healing and some closure around that. I also now have 2 kids. I have a 3.5-year-old and a 4.5-year-old. And so, like Jason has spoken, using the highway is incredibly scary. They ride bikes all the time. And, one of my boys is scared of dogs, and there's a dog on the bridge, and he dove his bike into the highway to avoid the dog while a car was coming. So there is a total safety aspect to this. Also, I'm a homeschooling mom, so my safe to school is to the library. And so that is our access to the library. And like Priscilla said, the connectivity between the community. When I lived up at elementary school, I saw my neighbors all the time. And while I do see the handful that have spoken today, the breadth of neighbors that I would see with this bridge would be very different. And I too commit myself to volunteering for funding, should you guys choose to accept the Safe to Schools grant. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
If there's anyone else in the audience that did not sign up but wishes to speak, you can come on up at this time. Okay, thank you. All right. Next up is a public hearing on resolution 2020-01. This is a variance to criminal lot line consolidation. My spouse is a partner to the entity that's requesting this item, so I'm going to recuse myself and let them do a great time.
Well, you can stand.
Okay, so we're open a public hearing on resolution 2020-01.
No, it was updated.
4.43?
Yes,
You changed it for 3.
So the public hearing is now open, but could we have a staff report to introduce the topic?
Oh, yeah. Sure. So what you have before you is a procedural issue. The owners of the 2 lots in question wanted to consolidate those 2 lots in order to prepare for the future and allow for the development of the distillery. I was going to say the whiskery. The distillery. So we talked about an application for that lot consolidation, and we even went through the process to develop that application. Upon looking at the map for that lot consolidation, we discovered that 4196, one of the lots in question, was an unplatted lot, which means it was not subdivided with with our current subdivision regulations. There's a provision in our subdivision regulations that requires, if you're going to consolidate 2 lots through a lot consolidation process, to essentially have those 2 lots must have been processed through our subdivision regulations. So what we have here is an inability to use the process because there's no exemption for an unplatted lot. In this case, this lot has been around for a long time. We don't feel that it needs to go through anything like that. We're recommending approval in order to allow these 2 lots to be consolidated. And then, yeah.
The applicant is here for questions.
Oh, the applicant is here.
Well, first we can do staff questions, and there's no staff questions, we can move on to the applicant's presentation, if you have a presentation or something to say.
Oh, and I have one more thing to say. The PCDC approved this unanimously, so they're recommending approval.
Are there any questions for clarification or information?
Yes, I have 2 questions. One is the section of the Lyons Municipal Code dealing with the Board of Adjustment says it is to recommend granting or denial of variances to the Board of Trustees. The way it reads, all variances. So why didn't this go to the Board of Adjustments?
It's a great question, and the reason is because the subdivision code under Title 17 has its own variance section, which sends it to the PCDC and the Board of Trustees. It's kind of a unique section of the code.
So which one controls?
Because the one concerning subdivision is more specific to those matters, I was following those. Usually the specific governs the general.
Okay, is there some need to clarify that, because this isn't the only kind of variance we get? Would it be a good idea to put, because the language is all inclusive, and when it talks about the Board of Adjustments, to say, except as provided otherwise in this code, because it's confusing the language right now.
It's certainly confusing, which is part of the reason why I'm on the agenda tonight. It was kind of done in a weird way. I'd be happy to make that clarification in the future. But as the code currently reads, all subdivision variances go to the Board of Trustees for some reason.
Okay, yeah, I don't question that, I just think we need to clarify that, because you read down early, if it's early in the code, you go, oh, variance, why didn't it go to the Board of Adjustments? And the answer is, way down later in the code, there's a more specific provision, and so I think that's something we probably need to fix.
I think it was one of those things where probably different city and town attorneys over time wrote different sections of the code, and you end up with these kind of incongruent pieces.
And the second question to Paul is, the reason for doing this is a preliminary step in what may be an expansion of the distillery. The Board of Trustees at some point in the future, if they proceed with that, would have other opportunities, I presume, to review what the expansion is going to look like, and in particular, what effect it may have on the wastewater system. And we have some questions specific to the distillery on that, and a lot of questions more generally about how that may affect the town's system.
Yeah, in 16-17, there's a site or development review process. If there is a development review, which I think is over, required, which I think is over a certain number of parking spaces, it may be over
10,000 square feet or something.
and over 2,000 square feet of commercial, it would require a development review. That is typically approved by the PCDC, and then it comes the development plan agreement, typically to the Board of Trustees, unless there is an appeal. So in design review, I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, I think the Board of Trustees can even appeal the PCDC application, so you can call it up. And so it could be something where you would elect to do that, and then it would continue for development review.
Right, but if a future board, if they wish to, could appeal a PCDC decision and review the whole application.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for clarity? If not, then we ask the representative of the distillery to comment.
This one here?
Yeah.
Last time I was here, I was the elephant in the room. So we're just trying to kind of get ready for our future Springtown Distillers Loves Lions, and we currently have really absolutely no development plans. We just want to make sure that all our zoning things are lined up, and obviously when we decide to put together a development plan, you guys will all hear about it. Probably going to be a couple of years unless anybody wants to throw me a few $1 million.
That's it, and you would,
Any public comment?
ask for any, if anyone here has a comment on this topic. Would you speak to it? Is there anyone on the list?
No.
No? And anyone in the audience would like to comment? If not, then
We close the public.
Hearing. At this point.
Oh, you stay, please.
We'd like to put a motion on the table in order to initiate discussion.
I'll move to approve resolution 2020-43.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Caleb seconded. And so now, is there any discussion or comments from the board? Trustee Brian?
This is a request from a local business that would make its future planning efforts easier, they say. I see no adverse effects on any other businesses or traffic or anything else. I see no reason not to approve this. As the planning director has said, when it comes time to do the expansion, the board at that time will have the ability to review the details of it. And we should do as much as we can to make things easier for local businesses to expand if they will benefit the town. So I'm in favor of it.
Any other comments? If not, then I'll call for the vote. Okay, and it passes 6-0. So we can call the mayor back in.
So then it gets.
Well, wait, we will do the lot consolidation.
Congratulations, Greg.
Okay, will the clerk please introduce the next item, the ordinance 1077?
Yes, this is a public hearing on ordinance 1077, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending sections of the Lyons Municipal Code regarding trees.
All right, is there a staff report?
Hi, Brandon Dittman, Town Attorney. This is the second time you see this ordinance. The primary objective of this ordinance is kind of update the listed species that are approved by the town. There's a few other administrative adjustments to the provisions. This draft does incorporate the changes that was recommended at the Town Board of Trustees of the last time this ordinance came up. And so we think it's a more complete and draft than the last one you saw.
Are there questions from the board before we open the public hearing? Okay, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing for ordinance 1077. Would anyone like to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion, please? If you want a break later, we have to
Get through this, yeah.
I propose that we pass the ordinance 1077.
I'll second.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any discussion or proposed amendments? Trustee Carvis?
Let's make an amendment for just some minor clarification on section 7420 purpose. It doesn't, right above 7420, it's in 7410 definitions, we explain it's park trees, public right-of-way trees, street trees. When the general purpose, it doesn't indicate anything about town lines, property trees, so I'd like to just clarify that, change it a little bit. I was gonna move to basically just someone at untownline property or something referencing our definitions. So that at some point in the future, staff, college board, someone gets calls that neighbors cutting down trees on private property, they can say, well, the purpose here is we can control it. Well, I know it's mentioned in the definitions, but I'd rather see it in the general in the main purpose of the entire thing, of the ordinance. See a problem with that, Brandon?
I mean, there's some provisions that apply to things that are on private property, such as needing an arborist license if you're pruning, servicing, treating commercially a tree within town, or a business license.
But the way it's written now, the purpose of it could be issued as town or college board could control what someone does in the private property that doesn't affect whether you're using a licensed arborist or not. I'd just rather clarify that and keep the property owner out of the hassle in the future. So would you suggest doing that somewhere else? So as not to conflict with licensed arborist?
I think it'd be better to go through individual sections and make sure that they clearly say they only apply to town property or non-town property. And there's other things too, like every tree overhanging a street or right of way. So while that tree is, you know, within town property per se, it's still on someone else's private property.
Trustee Farrell?
I was wondering, can I make a recommendation to say within public town property? Add public and town, or public and property? Under the purpose, would that?
I still don't know if that fixes the issue in this
Clarification? Okay.
case.
I just want to make one comment, because it may influence this to some degree. I guess my one question about this is, I thought we were trying to somewhat remove the ecology board as an enforcement arm. And I still feel like it's in here in other ways, because, I mean, while I do appreciate their input into developing the ordinance, usually from a board and commission standpoint, our role ends at developing the regulation, and then it's really to staff to implement. And in this case, I think we're putting the ecology board in a role that really isn't intended by a commission, and that's an enforcement. And so it's really blurring the line, to me, in terms of what their main role is intended to be by kind of the structure of our boards and commissions. Because like if you go to the mitigation section, I don't really know why we need the as recommended by the ecology board. The town always has the option to go and advise or talk with the ecology board, but it almost, you know, puts the ecology board in more of a position of enforcement. And so one of my recommendations is gonna be that we actually remove those references and just add in the period after as approved by the town.
And that's fine, that's just the way that the ordinance is currently written, is the ecology board has the sole power, right, even to reference the town, so.
Yeah, right.
We added in the town being the primary piece there, but.
Sure how that impacts kind of your comment. So maybe a little bit.
It's, part of it's similar, but my purpose was both that and just to give a little protection, and make sure the private property owners' rights are protected. Clearly the purpose, or throughout the document, I guess, so we don't conflict with.
So you're trying to add whereas? Or,
Well, I wasn't doing the purpose, but I didn't make the connection with the statements that would affect, so I was asking the town attorney.
I think, for example, like, major pieces of ordinance is that the list of approved trees, and that clearly states that's only on, as applicable to public property. But there are those two sections, the utilities and the arborist piece, I think, that do apply to private property to some degree. And I think one clarification, your point would be made, is spacing requirements could be made clear that it just applies to public property. You can make those clarifications.
As to make a motion to clarify those, go ahead. Trustee Brown,
okay, Trustee Brennan?
I have an amendment to address Trustee Carabas's concern, which I think is a legitimate concern in the general purpose clause. And the amendment would be at the end of 7.420 where it says within the town, I'd strike the word within the town and add the same words that are up in the prior section and for definition purposes, and add on any area owned or controlled by the town. That phrase appears 3 paragraphs above, and so it would reference trees, shrubs, bushes, and other woody vegetation on any area owned or controlled by the town, and that would not include private property, which I think is just Yeah, just strike the words within the town, the last 3 words of 7.420, and add the words on any area owned or controlled by the town.
Could we add something, it's like, except as designated by this section?
Except as designated by this section.
So, think about the arborist provision, you need a business license, an arborist license to do tree work within the town.
This is just the purpose clause.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Arborist.
I mean, I understood the concern to be just that somebody reading the purpose clause could read it to include private property. This was just in the purpose clause, which doesn't really authorize anything, just states that the purpose of this is basically to deal with property under control by the town, not people's private property. I think that's
Yes.
the focus of your concern.
Sorry, you said something about the ecology board at the end, which triggers my comments.
Oh, no, that's
Sorry,
fine,
I
no,
just-
no,
I
that's
didn't-
fine.
I kind of thought you were implying something. Okay. So are there any further questions or comments about that amendment? All right, I'll call for the vote on the amendment. The amendment carries 7-0. Thank you. Are there any other discussion on amendments?
The ecology board references.
Yeah, so, well, I've got that, and I also have.
We need a second.
So, I guess my motion, let me get back to my notes here. So, it's in a couple of different places, so I'm trying to figure out the most efficient way to do this. So, it's mostly in the mitigation section, and I tried to do a search, but I can't do it on this device. It's just that we would remove the references in mitigation, such as recommended by the ecology board. I don't even know if we really need the assistance of the ecology board, because then the next sentence even implies that you must get the assistance of the ecology board, with the assistance of the ecology board. And you can always do that without it saying this in the ordinance. And then,
In the approved trees, it talks about
okay.
being designated by the ecology board.
Yeah, I mean, that puts them in an action enforcement role, so if we can, if it's fairly easy to just edit out the references to the college board, but leave that it's the town's responsibility, I think that takes away the contradiction and having them serving in an enforcement role. That's somewhat of a motion.
Throughout the ordinance. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote. Motion carries 7-0. I also had one other thing, is I really was somewhat hoping that this would have more teeth and be a deterrent to removing healthy trees. And I think we had talked about saying that if you remove a healthy tree, you need to replace double the value of what moved in terms of, and it looks like it's actually less strict than what it was even before, because now they have more options to just replace the same tree or a tree of equal value, or 2 or more approved trees where the combined value equals that of the tree. So it still really feels like it's only replacing what was lost, but I don't know that always really makes up for what you're losing when you remove a mature tree. I think the easiest way, I guess, and I was just curious actually for staff first, is there a reason why it went this direction, or did the ecology board have any input on?
I mean, it has not changed from the existing ordinance, with the exception of that we changed the valuation methodology.
Oh, I thought it did say, it was only, okay, sorry.
So it's, yeah, we did not, the red line copy that I provided with you does not have a red line in that B2, which is the methodology for.
Okay, the red lines aren't showing up for me for some reason.
Yeah, I didn't have red lines.
Is it in the PDF copy?
There's no red lines that I can see, that's why I was just trying to.
I'm
go
sorry.
through it. That's okay.
We try to upload the PDF, which reserves the red lines, but I guess we didn't have it this time.
Shoot.
That's okay. So, all right, sorry, I had my language last time, and now I don't have it just right. So, I guess the gist of it would be, is I would prefer that, we basically say, it's in the section, the owner, developer, or contractor may achieve mitigation by any one of the following. I don't know why you really need the first one, quite honestly. I think it's, it seems to me like that would be determined by staff to determine where to plant a replacement tree. I mean, and it almost is like, I feel like that should be an and, not an or, in a sense. That they would plant it where the space exists without, but it doesn't talk anything about equal value. Because the way it's worded is like, they only have to do one of three things. And so, I don't know if that one's really necessary. And I think the second one could just be plant an approved tree or trees of at least twice the value. And then I don't know if you really need C either, so you could almost eliminate A and C and just make it plant an approved tree of at least twice the value. So that would be my motion, to remove A and C and go with B with requiring doubling of the value of what was lost. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion? Sure, trustee Carr.
So you're talking on public right-of-way, street tree type situation, if a landowner has, I'm gonna pick on Kenyon while he's sitting there, they have great American elms. Say one of those trees is sitting right over his water and gas line, has to be replaced, and that tree has to come out. So we would require the landowner to, if that tree's valued at whatever it's valued at during this methodology we have, they will be required to, in order to replace their sewer lines, that collapse, whatever, the tree sitting over it, to, is that kind of hardship to a landowner possibly?
Well,
Is that what you're trying to achieve? If it's not, if those trees were sitting in the public right of way or an easement property, but if a homeowner has their utility lines going right underneath there, and as this town is, as we all know, is aged and is aging, 30, 40, 50-year-old trees, that landowner would have to, in order to get a sewer line replaced,
Be a lot of trees.
Yeah.
be a lot of tree planting if there's space, or a lot of cost. So does that,
I think that's a good thing. Well, I think that the other thing is here, it's really it's when you're doing development primarily. And it's kind of like when you remove or damage or destruct a tree that was not in accordance with the approved landscape plan, basically, then you run into penalties. I mean, I do think it does say if a desirable street tree, it's a desirable tree.
Street tree.
It's not if you have a dead tree that needs removed because there's damage to it. So it seems to me, it's like, okay, I have a business, and this tree now has gotten so big that it's blocking my sign to my business, and I want it removed.
So the mitigation portions are only for removing street trees.
Right.
The pruning for quick utilities, which is kind of the scenario you referenced, that doesn't require replacement.
it's kind of hard to
Does
prune a tree when
What's
the
not
utilities
pruning?
underneath the ground, you have to get rid of
If
the
you have to
tree.
remove a whole tree
for
in the public right of way, but people are required to maintain it. Are we gonna
Yeah.
make that, if it's a 24-inch tree, are they gonna have to replace it with 48 inches of tree somewhere else?
and is it in the public right of way, or is it just interfering with
Yeah.
our utilities?
No, it's in the public right of
If
way,
it's in the public right
interfering
of
with their
way,
personal
easement property,
utilities.
anything like that, and we as landowners are responsible for our water lines, gas lines from the main to the home.
If we determine that tree is desirable,
Would have to be
we'd have to
replaced in
replace.
double. At a place of the town's choice.
but only in that limited situation where it was, that tree was in the right of way already. If it's on someone's private property, it's a problem for our utilities,
I
it
understand.
would not have to be replaced.
But there are situations where those large desirable trees
Well,
are.
like what just happened by Habitat with Lions Ditch. They cut down a big tree.
So could we add a disclaimer,
Public
add
right of
something
way,
to
they cannot
that,
replace it.
passers, and add something to that, that should this situation occur, town administrator, the current town administrator has the authority to, or discretion.
Yeah, I think it says, the town, with the assistance of the ecology board, which we took out the ecology board, shall determine the degree of damage and whether the trees can be restored or
Must be
replaced.
replaced.
So I think the town administrator already has authority to kind of
Wait.
decide when is this, you know, I think it's the case where it was completely, like, there's no public
There's no reason for it.
value involved with removing the tree. It was simply someone like, I just don't want the street here. And it was really unfortunate. We actually lost a couple trees on Main Street for that reason. So, you know, if they're willing to replace those trees somewhere else and, you know, increase the value of that, I think I would like this to be more of a deterrent, I guess. Any other comments?
A second on your motion.
We do have a second, I believe.
Yeah, we do.
Yes. Okay. All right, I'll call for the vote. 7-0. I think Arbor Day people would be very proud of us.
Yes.
Okay, anything else on this ordinance? Trustee Curtis?
In 7470, I go back to it.
Printing current clearance and
On
utilities.
the clearance side, we talked about sidewalks 8 feet above, which is great. Kids riding bikes, men riding bikes, you know. Usually the second, third kid gets the branch with a whip as it goes by, I remember as a kid. Side encroachment, a lot of towns, most towns have a sidewalk side encroachment, 4 inches, 6 inches, 12 inches. So great, we have 8-foot clearance, but we got 6 inches of growth coming over the sidewalk from brush on either side. Sidewalk still isn't really passable for pedestrians, pets, children. What's that?
Main Street, is that?
No, just anywhere at some point in time. I haven't run across it here on my walks, but it can happen.
When
depending
you
on
were in a
something.
headlight.
Yeah, but the side encroachment.
We need a separate.
Paul, what's usually standard from your expertise? I've seen multiple, I've seen all kinds, 4, 6,
I
12.
think we have the right to prune in our right of way, so we could do it, but it would be nice to put that on the person's responsibility to take care of. Same places we'd have overhang.
Yeah, I think we have something in the code where we can ask them to take care of it. I just don't know where it is. I'm looking for it.
Babies and straw.
Well, no, exactly, yeah.
Usually, you want a foot on the side.
Is that what the standard is for?
That's what I've seen, a foot away from the sidewalk.
With some of our tight streets, some of our, is that too much?
On some of them, a bush might go right up against the sidewalk. Like a fence.
Is 6 inches good enough, do you think?
Minimum of?
Yeah, 6 inches, if you want to repair a sidewalk, you usually want about a foot clearance. So, on each side. But just for everyday clearance, 6 is enough.
Okay. Then I'll move that we add a side encroachment limit of 6 inches.
For clarification, where are you at?
Section 7470.
What sentence are you at?
Printing, corner, clearance and utilities.
I'll
read it. Each owner of a tree overhanging any street or right of way within the town shall prune the branches so that such branches shall not obstruct the light from any street lamp or obstruct the view of any street intersection, so that there will be a clear space of 8 feet above, and what Trustee Carvis is asking, and 6 inches to the side
Okay,
of the surface of the sidewalk, or 14 feet above the surface of the street.
thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? I'm sorry. No. We need a break. We have to vote. It passes 7-0, sorry.
Which one? Why?
I think you messed with my button. Just, any other amendments? Trustee Miller.
I don't know if this is necessarily gonna be an amendment, but I need to address this. I feel like the property owners need to be, protected in this ordinance somehow too, just because of a situation that happened at my house, where the town was called to have some pruning, we called to have pruning done on a tree that was on the property, and then accidentally got cut down completely, instead of just pruned. And so, like a really big tree, that was beautiful. And, so, I feel like there should be something in here that the town will have to replace the tree, you know, just to protect the property owners as well. Is that something that we need to make an amendment for in this ordinance also, or is that something that the town will just has, their insurance will cover it automatically?
So,
You know what I mean?
the town's insurance will not cover it, but according to this ordinance, you know, you need an arborist license and insurance, which should include damage that you could go after them for the value of the tree.
Okay. I feel like
Was that cut by a utility company?
that was cut by N-Line, we're contracted with, which is apparently an arborist, has an arborist license.
Whoever they contract with to do the trimming.
Yeah, they do their own, or hire another, up to a certain level.
So I'm not, I just feel like it's happened a couple of times around here, and so if we put an amendment in there specifically for that.
Was it your tree or was it?
It was,
She was renting
I,
as the
I'm,
owner.
the house
The
that I was
owner's tree.
renting, yes.
Yeah. So that, their property insurance is supposed to be for property that is injured resulting from any work conducted by such a license. So that their insurance should cover damage to property, including the tree.
Huh. Even though it was the town's responsibility, the town was the one that cut it down. Do you know what I'm saying?
It would be the town going after the contractor, or you going after the town going after the contractor, or the owner.
Right, I mean, we got another tree planted there, but I'm just saying, I feel like that should be addressed in here. Is that not the proper place to do it?
I'm still confused as to, I don't know what the policy remedy you would be asking for is.
So if the town inadvertently or purposely cuts a tree.
Right.
That shouldn't have been.
Some property owner, some coverage for the property owner, basically. Like,
It'd be filing a claim.
Be fine, but they'd be thrown on the end, so.
Can I just
If it's in the right way.
add that in the mitigation section, it does say owner, developer, or contractor? I mean, could that refer to the contractor
For
that the
the
town
town,
also
it could be,
hired? So
yeah,
it would hold the town to the same standard, that they would also have to replace that twice, at twice the value. So if they had, if a loss of a desirable tree occurred, they would have to do twice the value of what was lost. For a homeowner, I could see that applying to that situation with that wording.
Especially if it was a confidential.
I guess the other question is, does the board want the town to be held to the standard of having an arborist conduct trimming and pruning?
Ask the question again?
So right now, the arborist license and insurance provisions applies to any person, including the town. should town utility work be held to that standard?
Hiring an arborist to do all their trimming
Well, yes,
versus themselves.
absolutely.
Yeah. They'd have to come, they just don't like arborists up in the wires
Yeah,
when they do it themselves.
it's not, they're not allowed to, it's prohibited, arborists have to work on wires.
Yeah, all utility work would be a licensed utility.
Could there be a line, could there be a section that says, something to the effect of exempted when dealing with high voltage power lines or something?
High voltage is, what, the electricity space of a town distribution line.
Accepted.
Yeah, they have a specific number of feet.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the hot zone in the utility space, which only a licensed distribution
In the hot
electrician is
zone.
allowed to work in. It's called a hot zone.
I know, I keep coming. They should be there.
Is there a proposed amendment by staff?
Regarding the hot zone?
Can you just state the section and?
Yeah, it'd be 7490 arborist license and insurance. It says, it shall be unlawful for any person to engage in the business or occupation of pruning, servicing, treating, or removing a tree within town without first applying and obtaining a business license as required by chapter 6 of this code.
Does that line have a business license?
They have a business
It
license,
doesn't
they don't have an
say you're
arborist
an
license,
arborist. It just says you have to have a business license to do the.
You were saying it said an arborist.
I mean, the section says arborist license and insurance.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, you could change the title.
You just change the license, business license and insurance, and then,
Oh, gosh, no, that anybody could do it. I think we should just say, except in situations involving whatever the correct term for high voltage power is.
it's, well, there needs to be two, there'd be an arborist business license, as we report. Does the town do arborist license? I mean, this.
We do
this section's
hire
in the code.
arborists for most of our work, except around the height.
Are they licensed as arborists though? I mean, the person in town when they cut down trees, are they licensed as arborists?
Oh, yeah, we hire Bear and other companies.
But not what the town hires, if someone wants to do work in town generally, to cut down trees and prune trees, are we checking to make sure they have an arborist license?
I would, yes.
As far as I know,
Yeah, we
I'm
have a
not
contract
business
with them.
license and provide insurance.
Is it specifically an arborist license? Okay.
Could it be that we just change this to say it's unlawful for any person to employ the services of a business or person other than the town without having a license or something like that?
Yeah, we could.
I mean, that could fix it, so it's
It would
more
exempt
like-
the town.
You
Yeah,
could do
that
your
would
own
exempt the
private
town,
property.
but it would give you,
You trim little trees.
Would you want to hire someone to be?
slight different context to this section of it. I think it reads better. I think, would the board be comfortable with letting the attorney figure out the proper way with the
Intent
the
being.
general intent here, if there's a motion to allow the town to be exempted from hiring arborists to do
Utility work.
utility work?
Yeah, as long as it's utility work,
I-
yes.
No, that's how she got hurt.
I think that, whatever, I think they should always be, I think that there should always be an arborist that does the tree trimming. But if they can't, if legally they can't, then they can't, I mean, only because they butcher the trees. Utility guys do, I don't know what they're doing.
Is there a motion?
A motion.
I'll make a motion. So I will move that in section 7490, that the attorney add language that would allow the town to be exempt from the requirement of hiring an arborist in the situation where there's the work has to be done in utility spaces.
And I think the language would be unless otherwise required by the National Electric Code.
There you go.
Second, the mayor's motion.
Okay. Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote. All right, it passes 7-0, thank you. Are there any other amendments? All right, I will call for the vote on the overall motion to pass ordinance 1077 as amended. And the motion carries 7-0. Is there a motion to take a short break?
So moved.
Now that we have audience here, so thank you, all in favor?
Aye.
I'll ask you to try to keep it as brief as possible, so we don't keep you guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
So thanks, Charlie.
Oh, PRC met tonight and voted unanimously on two states attorney. In addition to developing that's right. PRC.
Parks and Recreation.
How can PRC work toward
Make it go well.
We also discussed the purpose of PRC's role in any proposed developments that impacts the communities of the PRC, which includes trails. As a result, prior to comment on the public side.
You don't have that instance of
But I'm glad the meeting
You're also going to be pressure to send us the first table.
We're encouraging people to trespass on the property.
That's what he wanted us to do. And I keep telling him that, he doesn't want
I
to.
saw your note asking if I wasn't. I thought I responded, but you didn't.
No, they're just passed it unanimously, that and
I
that
do whatever
all
I think I'm
trails
doing that I'm half capable of. So right now,
across the development
affordable housing projects.
be viewed by their, there's no trails on the there's no public sidewalks to use it. Why do you
Trying to
think they need
get
a
some in
citation?
town.
There's no citation.
Discussions with a bunch of people, but I'm having before anything started moving.
We don't want people not going across the road from our community to do social development. There's a sidewalk that through people's backyards? No.
Big news.
That's not they're just through the street.
And one of those issues I think will come in a little while is that these
I think we're kowtowing to them.
So that was.
If we allow a trail in those people's back windows, that's not bad. Would they like that?
Right now.
Right now. If you're gonna, then why would we want them eating on the neighbor's space when there's a sidewalk that goes to the same?
They
will. No, they won't. Straight up hill and over it.
People will use that. That's what it's for. We'll see.
But I would suggest that any trail wait until,
She knows it is
the best trail forming is, you wait until social trail forms, and then you put in the trail where that formed, rather than trying to dig.
But they don't have to approve a social trail, you know, Rusty. Oh, they just wait. Sidewalk to the same location it's currently at. I walk it every day. Yeah.
So that they get the.
Not they'll be within, oh no, it's a free lunch for seniors.
Yeah.
It's a nice social event.
We can't get a PA system?
Yeah, the last time.
Well, we have to record, we have to record it.
We can't get a tape.
Well, you can use it to record, but there's not microphones.
Power cord, but the older.
And we want to record it so people can see it from home. I really don't think it's gonna be that much. I think you might have 30, 40 people, but I don't hear them living in the range.
Sure.
It's my ethics.
No, I haven't called.
But
tell me now.
Yeah, because,
I don't know how many people are.
Probably have to.
Well, that was fascinating, wasn't it? With that thrilling discussion, what's next?
Yes, I know.
No idea. Nope, I haven't, gotten that.
Especially if we, I think a lot of people will watch. They don't necessarily want to come to speak. I think there's.
Yeah. You guys have a great job.
This one.
For,
They try to.
doing that. Picking up the reins. Yeah.
Oh, no, it was on NPR.
Is it on pub now? Oh, during break?
Yeah.
It usually is.
Tim started it.
Yeah, I talked to
No, I'm during the break.
Yeah.
you,
Moved it and unplugged it.
I'm sending you the red line.
Well, I have it, and I have it saved as a PDF, and it's my PDF.
Last time I talked to you,
Does it show up on Q2 as the
No, I have a Word doc of the red lines, and then I have a PDF that says red lines, but my PDF doesn't have the red lines. Something is wrong.
I use
Because I kept saving them as PDFs like this weird.
I'm sending you a Word document. I'm showing you a Word document right now.
Is that the one on the sewer?
No, this is the trees and shrubs that you got them doing.
Thank you. I developed.
It's the.
So Paul, do you want to try to work out a different location or
I
not?
can tune in with a little.
And how to do microphones and record it, and then the public can't watch it from there.
Well,
You can do what you want.
I don't know.
The other way we've done it is we bring chairs up to here.
Is that a good thing? He was a little dog on God for a minute. Yeah. Sorry, he wasn't very happy about that. Sorry, man. Sorry if that ended up.
Don't you, if we do chairs like we do during big issues that go all the way up to like this wall, and then just have two small tables.
First of all,
yeah, he's protected his time.
But what is
Good to have him around.
I didn't even get to see
Don't type in your email, it's still.
And I wasn't even here to talk.
Oh, this word.
Yeah, they just.
Well, already if I.
They actually, because there was, I just didn't want to. They just put whatever light bulbs in there. And it was one of the few places where they were. It was just.
You're all worked up.
Oh, it's not red stone. It's red star.
Yes.
Okay.
Red stone is fine.
Okay, got it. Got it, okay. It should come to you now.
You all right there? Things like this, anytime you're out in your day.
Kids starting a new sport.
And the other thing was.
At 10 p.m.
As long as they can get it.
Yeah.
I had that guy put in some more than a couple of days. And he came up with this.
I know.
And it made me wonder if there's a square when I left Idaho.
Yeah, I don't know.
Last time they had a meeting.
What's that? Yeah, I imagine.
Provide some good stories. It's definitely a story. A good picture. You don't have to give that.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
You do avoid some of the curves and some of the steep parts.
The only reason we took the Monday night, actually, well, after it, all the money.
Just up that first station, not too bad. Start things at home with everybody's. Good, yeah, just busy.
Unless we swap.
Next weekend was, went hard, got that stuff done.
Oh, look, it's,
Look at the calendar. Okay.
I think the calendar's online.
I don't know. It is not.
The next item is Resolution 2020-36. It's a public hearing for a resolution approving a conditional use application for a campground to be located at 601 Indian Lookout Road.
Thank you. Paul Glasgow, Town Planner. We also have Pat Thomas, the applicant here. Wherever you want. What you're seeing tonight before you is a conditional use permit for a campground on 601 Indian Lookout Road. The PCDC approved recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the conditional use permit with a number of conditions that are outlined in the cover memo and in the resolution itself. There are a few things that we need to clarify with regard to what was approved by the PCDC with regard to 161070. The 161070 refers to all the standards. In particular, the board wanted to the tiny home or the campground to have particular construction standards that are defined in that, and they are with regard to the how the home is built and how it is connected to utilities. And I can state exactly which ones those are, but in essence, it has to do with minimum construction standards, additional fire standards, the exterior appearance of how that is put in on the site, neighborhood compatibility, how it connects to utilities, anchoring and tie downs, the prohibition of interior storage of water and wastewater, and the occupancy limit. Those were the only specific ones. In 161070, they are number one, 161070D, number 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, and 14. So those are in particular the ones that, 10, 11, and 14, thank you. It's just making sure that the home itself is built to the standards that we reviewed in the tiny home itself is built to the standards we reviewed and made sure that when we passed the tiny home as an ADU ordinance, so that it wouldn't create any issues with regard to utilities or wouldn't blow over in the wind and would be built to a certain construction standard. So the PCDC, I believe, unanimously approved the conditional use approval or recommended approval with those conditions that are in the memo and in the resolution. Staff still supports this. We received two neighbor comments, which were read into the record in the PCDC, during the PCDC review. One negative, one in support. We also received another neighborhood comment today that was in support of the application, saying this would be consistent with the neighborhood, and you should have had that updated in your packet. It was from Debbie Hamrick at 602 Indian Mountain Lookout Road, stating that I live at 602 Indian Lookout Road, and don't feel this will be out of character with the neighborhood and will have little or no impact on our street, given the fact there are several existing businesses. With that, I'll conclude my staff report, and I look forward to questions.
Would the applicant like to add anything to the presentation? If you could hit the microphone there. Yeah.
I can provide more background. Depends on how well read you guys feel like you are on this at this point. Anything I would present would be a review of what I've already, what's already in the package that you guys have. So I don't really think I have anything to add to what Paul had to say.
Okay. Other questions? So right now we'll just do questions until we have the public hearing. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Question of, should the fire department comment be included in, or referred to in the conditions in some way?
That's a good idea. The fire department said they would review this once it's approved with a conditional use permit. So we should ask for fire approval before the final issuance of the conditional use permit. And I think the applicant did have a conversation with the chief while he was considering this, and they did lay out that he didn't think this would be a problem, but I do think it's a worthwhile suggestion to make sure we get that approval prior to finalization and issuance of the conditional use permit.
Are there other questions? Trustee Browning?
Yeah, I've got actually quite a number of questions, some procedural, some substantive. Procedural first. As I read the report, there's a waiver that is required for this to be approved, and that's the waiver on paved roads for campgrounds. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And are waivers of such requirements discretionary with the board? Or is there
Waivers are always discretionary.
Okay. Same question as to conditional use permits. Are they also discretionary? In other words, are they just because something's listed as a conditional use in a particular zoning provision, it's still discretionary with the board whether to grant those?
That's correct. By its very nature, a conditional use is not a permitted use, it's a discretionary use.
Okay. And thirdly, this is a very technical requirement. I believe 16.7-20 of the municipal code requires 10 days public notice of this hearing. Publication notice.
Correct.
The PCDC approved this on February 24th. How do we get 10 days publication notice?
Because we published PCDC and Board of Trustees at the same time.
Okay. Okay, my more substantive questions. 16.160 of the code defines campgrounds as being for temporary occupancy of recreational vehicles, tents, or other camping equipment. So which is this? Is this a recreational vehicle, a tent, or other camping equipment?
Tiny homes are typically registered as RVs, so they are recreational vehicles.
Wait, tiny homes are RVs?
Yep.
They are.
Absolutely, on wheels. If they're on wheels.
16.3.110, which is within the discussion of the A1 permitted use, conditional uses, says the campground is for temporary parking of travel trailers, campers, or similar traveling units. Again, which is this?
I would say a similar traveling unit.
A traveling unit. how is a tiny home that is going to be tied down to wind resistance and connected to utilities going to be a traveling unit? And how's it going to be temporarily parked?
It will be permanent.
So I don't see how that squares with, that'll be my comments later.
It will be on wheels, so it can, it'll be tied down, but it'll be on wheels. So I don't expect it to be moved.
I agree with you that it's permanent parking. Let's see, you've, as to neighborhood compatibility in your staff report, one of the things you mentioned is an existing ADU that was approved in the neighborhood. Do you think an ADU in a neighborhood is precedent in terms of neighborhood compatibility for a tiny home to be used as a short-term vacation rental?
It was my conclusion that, yeah, there are second structures on various businesses on various locations up in this area, I believe, because this is an agricultural zone, that it fits with the agricultural nature of the zone. This, if it was a estate zoning, it may not, but in agriculture, it seems to match what I believe is the surrounding character.
Okay. And finally, the standards you referenced for tiny home construction and materials and so forth are borrowed from, as you said, from section 161070 of the code, which is entitled Tiny Homes as ADUs. You were involved in all the tiny homes as ADU approval process, which took a lot of time, weren't you?
Correct.
And wasn't it a specific purpose of approving tiny homes within town limits that they be used as ADUs and not short-term rentals?
Correct.
How do you think this proposal is consistent with that general policy?
I think it's different than that policy. This is an application for a campground as opposed to an application for an ADU.
So it's your conclusion that a tiny home is a campground?
In this case, that's what the application was for.
No more questions.
Trustee Roberts.
I just had a question. The PCDC recommendation referenced treehouse as, I guess it sort of seemed to imply it was a precedent in a colloquial use of the term. Am I wrong to recall that that was a mistake in approving that use? And it's an ongoing operation contrary to existing statute?
It went in before the existing statute. The owner came in for permitting, and there were several permits that went along with that. It was prior to our ADU and prior to our short-term rental regulations. So we were considering those at the time, but we weren't enforcing them because we weren't adopted. So once that was in place and under operation prior to our adoption, and it complied with the regulations with regard to the septic system. They expanded the septic system, and they received a business permit for that use.
But it wasn't approved there wasn't a short-term rental approval process at the time.
There wasn't
so it was not compliant. And today it's still not compliant in that we don't permit short-term rentals in ADUs, right?
It was grandfathered in as a use because it occurred prior to the code itself.
My only point is it seems implicit that we shouldn't use that as a precedent, whether it's a technical or colloquial use of the word. I don't think it really affects this application. It just appears in there, and it stands out to me that we should be sure that we don't use it that way.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just had a question on the septic. It says a regulatory agency. Who is the agency?
I believe it's Boulder County
It would be
that
the county.
regulates that, and because I wasn't sure, I put regulatory agency, and when I was drafting the memo, I didn't want to be inaccurate, and I thought that covered it.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing.
Does the applicant have any more comments before we move on to public hearing?
No, I can't think of anything else.
Okay, thank you.
Right, we'll open the public hearing for resolution. Hang on, let me get back to the right page. Resolution 2020-36. Come on up. Each person, give your name and address for the record. Each person can have 4 minutes.
Hi, I'm Kenyon Wah, and I live at 639 3rd Avenue. I think Trustee Browning's questions were correct. An RV is a tiny home. If it's currently registered with the state DMV, and I'd like to make sure that that same requirement is placed on other tiny homes that are in the community. Also, in the ADU ordinance, the tiny home has to look like and fit the character of the surrounding neighborhood. I'd like to make sure that that's upheld as well. This is not, I have a tiny home, I hope it works. And there better not be any amplified music that I can hear from this campground. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may respond, the neighborhood compatibility is one of those conditions that was in 17. Sorry, was in one of those conditions that I mentioned earlier. And I forget the name of 161070. And I can cite this specific one. Excuse me. That's number 6. Compatibility with the neighborhood and exterior appearance, single family and character. And then the PCDC did add an additional requirement that this match the color of the surrounding terrain so it wouldn't be visible from far off. And the applicant did do some ridgeline analysis and views from other places. There is no restriction currently on noise.
Other than the existing town code?
Other than the existing town code.
Okay. Anyone else for the public hearing? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion on the resolution so we can start discussion?
I'll move for passage of resolution 2020-36.
Is there a second?
Oh, I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion or amendments? Trustee Browning?
I have some discussion. I think the neighborhood compatibility analysis in the staff report is entirely wrong, almost 180 degrees wrong. That there's an existing ADU in the neighborhood that went through the ADU approval process, checking every box with no objection from any neighbors or anyone else, is not precedent at all for a tiny home as a short-term vacation rental. Different things. The treehouse, as Trustee Roberts has alluded to, was grandfathered. Had there been a way, and I believe that we asked town staff about this at one point, to go back and ungrandfather that structure, we would have done so. But the advice given to this board that I heard was, we really can't figure out a way to do that. So that really doesn't count as a precedent either. I also saw in the report that Riverbend was cited as some sort of a neighborhood compatibility factor. That was a special planned unit development. It's on a major paved highway surrounded by commercial business buildings, not private homes, and not on a dirt road. I really think this is yet another attempt of a series we've seen of different types in Lyons, unfortunately, recently, to try to find an end run around existing or a loophole in existing ordinances to accomplish something that doesn't promote any town policy that I can see, and actually contradicts some town policies that I'm familiar with. I think it is absurd to suggest that a single tiny home is a campground. A tiny home is not a campground. I read through this and I thought I was in Alice in Wonderland. where a famous riddle states, "Why is a raven like a writing desk?" And the joke is that it's not. Well, a tiny home isn't a campground either, even if you try to shoehorn by clever wording one part of the campground definition. This is just another clever attempt to squeeze through an alleged loophole. Reminds me of the condominiumization example that we've wrestled with several times. I don't think this is a campground under 13160. I think this is contrary to our repeatedly expressed general policy of encouraging ADUs. We did that for a reason, to try to encourage more affordable housing, and a variety of affordable housing after the flood destroyed a lot of our affordable housing. If this were an ADU application, it would be governed by an entirely different set of town policies and guidelines. This seeks a waiver of a paved road requirement. It is totally in our discretion to waive that or not, and I don't think we should waive it. I'm personally getting tired of seeing people trying to exploit loopholes and do end runs around things that are the clear intent of our ordinances. Our ordinances on tiny homes is specifically labeled tiny homes as accessory dwelling units. And to take the standards that were carefully developed with that purpose in mind, to encourage people to do long-term rentals to provide affordable housing in Lyons, and to use those standards to encourage a short-term vacation rental in a neighborhood is, to me, getting it exactly backwards. We should discourage this sort of thing, and we have ample grounds in our discretion to do it, and I'm totally opposed to this proposal.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a couple questions. How close are the nearest neighbors, would you say?
From the proposal,
From this location, I mean, would neighbors be able to see the tiny home from their property?
the neighbors across the street where the treehouse is would maybe be able to see it. I don't quite know what they're.
But those are the neighbors with a treehouse?
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty visible from my house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else that you can think of?
I would say, well, the neighbors above us maybe can see it up at the Arling's place, 601 and a half. They could probably, along with the rest of Lyons, they'd probably be able to see it, yeah. And I would point out that our house is our house itself is very hard to see. I challenge most people to see it from anywhere other than Johnson Park.
Would this be visible from Laverne Johnson Park? Okay. Well, I'll give you my opinion. I disagree with Trustee Browning. I actually think there is a precedent for tiny homes as campgrounds in Lyons. I mean, we have a campground that has got, 20 plus tiny homes on it. I think in this case, it's within their right. This is what our code allows. It allows them to at least make the request for a conditional use permit for this use. It's a secondary use for this zone. And they do have some neighbor support for their proposal, and we have a PCDC recommendation saying this is compatible enough with the area. I do want to maintain our ADU policy, but ADU isn't an option for this zone, unfortunately. Correct? That was the reason why they couldn't, I thought it was because they couldn't do an ADU.
No.
Oh, they could do an ADU?
I think that an ADU is allowed here. But it would
I
be
thought I
allowed
read
as
in
a
there.
short-term rental.
Oh, okay, so not for short term.
It's an ADU, a tiny home on wheels is allowed as an ADU in A-zone districts.
Okay, sorry, our code isn't quite as current. Okay. Can you just answer the direct question? Why not an ADU then instead of this route?
The code is pretty onerous in terms of what it takes to get an ADU in. And therefore, from a financial proposition standpoint, getting more cash flow is beneficial to pay off the investment required to actually put something like this in.
It seems like most of the requirements are pretty similar to the ADU, so what's more onerous?
Well, I think the owner's comment pertains to both equally. Whereas, so an ADU, I wouldn't see that there would be as much financial upside to operating it versus having a short-term rental that you can actually, charge nightly. I'll bring up the treehouse as an example. He gets $250 a night for that place. It's 120 square feet. You're probably not going to get that kind of money from a long-term lease. The other piece of it is, you could block out time where a personal visitor might be able to use the unit instead of renting it out. So having a full-time ADU resident would negate that potential.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with the sentiments that we've been trying to avoid going down the path of an ADU being used as a short-term rental. And I think we did put that same condition on the tiny homes as ADUs. So I have to consider that. I think, though, with this particular area, I mean, there's clearly other properties that are being used as short-term rentals that are similar in nature. So I actually did feel like the assessment that this was compatible was a reasonable one for me. I also think some of this just adds to the character of Lions. I mean, Lions is just going to have some of these things that help serve some of the businesses in the area. So I'm leaning toward approving this, but I do kind of don't want to set a precedent for the ADU short-term vacation rental piece.
I don't think this
Trustee
would set a precedent because it's a different review process as a campground.
I would just point out that there's very few properties in town that are zoned such that this would be allowed conditional use.
Can you tell us how large the lot is?
The lot is about almost 7 acres.
Right. Yeah, I think in most other circumstances, I would be agreeing with Trustee Browning. This is an agriculture zone neighborhood, I guess. It's a agricultural zone and entirely different set of rules by zoning before there were considerations of ADUs and tiny homes, permitted camp by conditional use campground, bed and breakfast, etc. So it seems entirely different. I would want to reinforce that the board has established that tiny homes are not short-term rentals in our residential zones, and this isn't a residential zone, and I guess that's what makes the difference in my mind. I think it's significant how just the size of the property, and it's entirely distinct from our residential neighborhoods. Having I don't know, there's a couple of people we know that have a lot over an acre, but not too many.
Other comments? Trustee Miller?
Yeah, I feel like this is fairly contradictory in appearance by calling this a campground and having one tiny home on wheels on it, when in fact it's a permanent structure. So you have a tiny home on wheels, calling it a campground because it's an RV, but it's going to be permanent. So I don't get that. That's totally contradictory.
If I may,
Sure.
the reason I said it was permanent is that it is tied down. It can,
Right, but it's also connected to permanent
utilities. And so it could have a quick release on those utilities, and we could those things can come out. The requirement to connect to utilities has to be reviewed by the engineer. So there are ways to go about that, similar in nature to the RVs that are over in Johnson Park. The only thing that makes it, I would say, semi-permanent is the tie down itself. It's more difficult to get a quick release on that. I don't know if that's impossible. I'm not an engineer. But you would have to take off that tie down in order to move it.
Judging from the plans I looked at, preliminary structure concept, it looks fairly permanent. There's no chassis that I see on here.
No, it would have wheels, so it would be.
It would have, yeah.
Looks like it's like on
Yeah, looks
It
like
was
it's on a
skirted.
foundation.
It wasn't on a
No,
foundation.
there would be no foundation.
It's just, it's a flat picture.
The,
Would or would not be on foundation?
No
the,
foundation.
the PCDC mandated that this was a tiny home on wheels.
It's a structure, it's not vibration.
It was the general.
I was just trying to illustrate the,
Size.
yeah, the approximate.
So how many
dimensions of
square
it.
feet?
It would be under 400 square feet, certainly, probably under 300.
But much larger than those at Riverbend.
I don't,
Those are right around, I believe, 120 square feet, 200 maybe, tops, I'm guessing.
I don't know. I
To
mean, I
pull
would
it with
guess
a
some of those-
truck, just a regular truck would be,
I honestly don't know. I couldn't even comment. I'm sorry.
okay.
Anything else, Justin?
Nope.
I guess I'm struggling with it too, I feel like, in a way. I mean, I love the concept of you're having a short-term rental, the idea that you're next to Planet Bluegrass, and then you are catering to visitors coming in and through our town. And so I think that makes sense. But it is a little bit of a challenge. I mean, you are using a short-term rental and a temporary, in here in the code, in 161080, number B, it says no RVs or temporary structures and recreational vehicles. So I mean, it's like I'm going to try to create a campground in order to fit this, to make it all
within
work.
that code, there's that determination as well as the requirement that these units be RV certified. So I don't dispute your
So-
question there, but I'll let Paul comment.
It wouldn't be a short-term rental, so it wouldn't fall under that code. It would be similar in nature because it would be a rental under 30 days, but it wouldn't fall under this section of code that says short-term rental because it would be a campground rental. So this would be a business license, and it would be a different nature.
So because he's putting it under a campground on his property, although he can, in a agricultural zone, but then he can have the short-term rental because it's a campground.
I just want to clarify, my role is somewhat unique here because it's a quasi-judicial matter. I can't talk on the substance of this. That, as Trustee Browning alluded to earlier, the campground is a conditional use. It's discretionary. It's not mandated that someone can have a campground. This is up to you guys to determine, one, if it is a campground, two, if they can have a campground, what conditions are necessary to allow for that use. That's kind of the parameters of the decision you're making.
Okay.
And I can answer any technical questions, but I can't comment on the substance of this application anyway. That's be directed towards staff.
Well, I think that's enough. when it's listed in the report, it says tiny homes on section 2F, tiny homes must meet the standards of the municipal code 16-1070. In the application, it talked about external propane, maybe? That wasn't the word, but there was something else. But anyway, I just want to make sure that we are going to apply 8D, that there will be no connection to a gas line and external propane. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Other comments or amendments? Let me just make sure there's anybody who hasn't spoken yet want to comment before we go to second.
Oh, I'll turn this off.
Okay, Trustee Browning.
Yeah, I would like to thank Trustee Farrell for pointing out 161080, on which references A1 as being an allowed zoning district for short-term rentals. And you're right, it says no RVs, which somebody just described this as an RV in response to a question that I made. No RVs are temporary structures. Recreational vehicles, which includes all vehicles that bear a vehicle identification number, tents, campers, or other temporary structures may not be used as a short-term rental. They're planning to use this as a short-term rental. How do you explain that contradiction, Paul? 161080B.
Short-term, the definition of a short-term rental means the use of any dwelling unit, or portion thereof of any dwelling unit. Because this would be, if you accepted it, a campground, this wouldn't be a dwelling unit in and of itself.
Are they going to get a short-term rental license?
No, they wouldn't require it. They would require a business license for a campground. Similar in nature to when we permitted the 10 days of a short-term rental and the annexation of the Planet Bluegrass. They do not require a short-term rental, nor does the treehouse itself, because they can't follow this code. So those are not short-term rentals; those are only business licenses. They still have to submit the lodging tax. The Festivarian Inn was also a less than long-term rental, and we didn't classify that as a short-term rental either.
How about sales tax? Short-term rentals pay sales tax, correct?
That's correct.
Campgrounds pay sales tax?
It would be, as part of the business license, they would have to have a sales tax license. I don't know what the regulation is with regard to the state. And our lodging tax has per pillow, I think is what it is, so it would still apply.
Right, $2 a night.
Right.
Correct, versus if somebody's renting a short-term vacation rental for $200 a night, and our sales tax rate, that's about, it's 3.5% for a local.
Right.
Right, so you'd be talking about $7 a night. So
So
are we going to get sales tax revenue from this? Do we get it from campgrounds? Do we get it from Planet Bluegrass? Sales tax for the campground rentals?
We get sales tax via the Airbnbs.
Right. But this, you just told me this is not a short-term rental.
I don't know the answer to that.
So what you're telling me is that
I don't know the answer to that.
A short-term vacation rental tiny home, probably going to be listed on Airbnb, is not a short-term rental, and it is a campground. Wow.
If it was listed on Airbnb, they would pay sales tax.
I don't think that determines whether they pay sales tax or not. It's whether the town ordinance requires campgrounds to pay sales tax or not. You list your campground, if you list your campground on Airbnb, if your local ordinance doesn't require you to pay sales tax on a campground, you have to pay sales tax. I don't believe that we collect, I could be wrong, I don't believe that, for example, the campgrounds that are run each year for festivals pay sales tax. I know they pay lodging tax, not as much as they should, but they pay some.
General provision exemptions.
But I don't think they pay sales tax. I'm not sure that this has that much revenue
Business to be tailored to Andrew local person.
possibility for the town.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I'm trying to listen very carefully to the thoughts in each direction. And I would say, personally, very committed to supporting ADUs. And with ADUs, if there are waivers required and exceptions, there may be opportunities to do that for the purposes of providing affordable housing. So the ADU that's on the same road, actually there were objections to that. It was not an unobjected. There were comments made here by individuals, but the fact that it was an ADU and that it could help with housing, another housing opportunity. That's why I think the board ruled as it did. So I'm trying to understand, I guess, the value that it provides to the town of Lyons in order to get it to work its way through the various exceptions and adjustments that need to occur. So I'm still listening, I guess. I'm less inclined to be supportive as a short-term rental than as an ADU. But I'm still listening, I guess.
And just to be clear, this is for solely a campground. Your decision cannot be, needs to be an ADU or a short-term rental. It's like, is this a campground is the question before the board.
I'm sorry, I'm reading, trying to read something.
Right. So the guidance is, are we using the ordinances and rulings in order to make the decision, right? It's not based on opinions then, is what I hear you saying.
This is a discretionary use, so it does have a piece of subjectivity in it, whether you think that A, this is a campground, B, whether you think this land should be used as a campground, and then C, if you think this should be used as a campground, what conditions are necessary to make that use work within the context of this neighborhood. If you think it should be another use, it should be an ADU or a short-term rental, then this application should be rejected and the applicant should resubmit as one of those other uses.
Thank you.
Trustee Farrell?
So in the municipal code, under district uses, section 16-3-110A1 agricultural district, and if you scroll down to C, conditional uses, permitted conditional uses in A1 districts shall be as follows. And then scroll down to number 8, public or private campground for temporary parking of travel trailers, campers, and similar traveling units. So, it seems like we have basically within our municipal code some different areas that aren't very cohesive. So when I read that and, the intent of being conditional review, I think we got a lot of manipulation going on here, but when I read that for agriculture, it's 8 acres, 7 acres. I think we can make this work, but, it's creative. And so it does create challenges for the board. And certainly nobody could do this, I think, within our proper residential zones. But you've found a way.
And if I may,
I mean, at this point, I mean, it should only be questions to the applicant. The applicant should not
Sorry.
editorialize anymore. It's questions to the applicant is the only part that's permitted. We've gone past the point of advocacy at this point.
All right. Trustee Carvis, I think you're the only one that hasn't spoken. Would you like to weigh in?
I've been doing what Mayor Pro Tem Dry said, doing a lot of listening, looking up everything people are saying, comparing to my notes. My stance on it is we spent numerous hours, days, months working with specific ordinances of ADUs, not STRs, as short-term rentals in our community. We were working two boards. We're working for a specific goal, and we're still kind of there. We get requests to look at these. I don't necessarily feel it fits the goal of a campground, but looking at our comments, looking at our coding, Ms. Farrell's pretty much right. We're kind of all over the place on what our codes indicate for this or that, which is a shame, but we've been working on getting them cleared up, and obviously have a lot more work to do. So, like I said, I'm still listening, reading, as things have been brought up by my fellow board members. But at the point, I'm definitely leaning that it's not necessarily a campground and fits what this board and the previous board were working for with ADUs and STRs.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, it just occurred to me that the one thing that I've been sort of looking for that feels missing is in the definition of a campground, there's no minimum. It doesn't say there should be 10 tents or 2 tents or something. So that may be another sort of flaw in the kind of stacking of requirements here.
I guess I would just say, I don't know if I necessarily look at this as someone's exploiting a loophole. I mean, you can't have a code that that can cover every possible scenario of what can exist out there. You have to legislate for the common things that could be disruptive to lots of people. And this strikes me as an unusual property that's probably large enough to accommodate what the owner wants to do with it. And, we need lots of things in our town, and to me it doesn't seem like, while I absolutely am not in favor of just saying, okay, we can start having ADUs or prioritizing short-term rentals over ADUs, but it doesn't strike me as something that is going to be overly obtrusive to the neighbors. We do have one objection from one neighbor, and I don't necessarily say that doesn't carry weight, but we also have support from other neighbors. I think it seems like in the plan there's been enough thought put into how to mitigate any possible annoyances that could come from this being there. And I do tend to think that short-term vacation rentals somewhat regulate themselves with people having them on their property, and there's limits to what people will tolerate generally if they're living on the premises. And I assume you're going to remain living in the same house that you're in now. So I kind of agree. I thought Trustee Roberts made a good point. I think this is an anomaly. I don't think it means we should do a lot of gymnastics to fix the code. It's going to happen from time to time. So I think in this situation, I will vote in favor of it. I think at this point, if there are any amendments that anyone would like to make to the resolution, I think we should go down and try to see if there are any changes people want to make at this point before we call for the vote.
I have one more brief rebuttal.
Trustee Browning?
One more brief response in response to comments of Trustee Farrell and Trustee Drystat. Number one, even if you think that they have managed to creatively shoehorn themselves into the definition of a campground, this is still discretionary. That doesn't mean you have to approve it. You can still disapprove it in your discretion. Secondly, I question whether they've made it there for two words: public or private campground for the temporary parking of travel trailers, campers, or similar traveling units. This is not temporary parking. In response to my question, the town planning director said it was permanent parking. It's going to be tied down. It's going to be put onto utilities. Yeah, you can eventually remove anything. You can remove a house eventually if you want to. Disconnect it from utilities and move it if you have to. I don't think it fits here. So I think I'm opposed to this, not only just in the exercise of my discretion for the reason I said. I don't think they quite get there because I don't think this is temporary parking, and that's in section 16-3-110C8.
Okay. Does anyone have any amendments or other comments before we call the vote? All right. I'm going to call for the vote on resolution. Go back to this. It's 2036. Everyone voted? All right. So the motion fails 3-4. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right. I think we're on consent. Would the clerk please read the items on consent into the record, please?
Our consent agenda is number one.
Sorry, one second. Can we just remember who voted how? I think do we get the record?
We have trustee Browning, Miller, Harvis.
And Drysdale against.
Okay. All right, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay. Consent agenda, item number one is Resolution 2020-37, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a contract with WHC FTC LLC, doing business as Z-Trip, for transportation services. Item two is Resolution 2020-42, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, authorizing an intergovernmental agreement for bus service between the Town of Lyons and Boulder County. Number three is Resolution 2020-38, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, amending the N-Line contract to update equipment costs. Number four is Resolution 2020-39, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving and awarding a construction agreement for St. Vrain Creek Recovery Project Site 3. Number five is the February 18th Board of Trustees minutes, and number six is the March accounts payable.
Would anyone like to pull any items from consent? Trustee Farrell?
Number 4, please.
Others? Trustee Miller?
I'd like to pull number 3.
Trustee Browning?
Number one.
Okay. Is there anything left on consent? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I move for approval of the consent agenda except for items 1, 3, and 4.
I'll second that.
All right, any further discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, general business item number 1, resolution 2020-40. Is there a staff presentation?
I don't have much more of a presentation than what was put in the cover memo, but in that was the cover memo, the IGA, which we sent to the attorney, and then I wanted you all to see some of the letters that were written as part of the grant application, because you don't get to always see that in terms of where the middle school principal, elementary Sergeant Chris from the sheriff and Boulder County and the district all are in support of the Safe Routes to School grant. And then in terms of the financing, we really have been talking a lot as staff in terms of if we can, start this in 2020. Another big part of the construction would go into 2021. We do, as of right now, but we really haven't asked CDOT since we were awarded the $500,000 grant. But when they awarded it to us, the deadline was March of 2022, so we're about 2 years out. But we're willing to go to the bat if we have to talk to CDOT if we need to go past March of 2022. But I'd really, I think staff and from what we hear from the community is if we could work this out with CDOT to get it covered sooner than later. And then we do have kind of a short list of grant funds that we are going to talk to and apply for in terms of the match. There might be a few other items.
So at this point, the $355,000, as you know, the big issue is that you need to commit to that now to be able to accept that grant. So the board would have to be willing, if we didn't receive any of the grants, although we've identified the entire amount to apply for, if we don't receive any of them, we have to be willing to take that out of our reserves or budget for it next year. So our recommendation is in 2020, we at least get through the design phase and apply for all those grants. Those grants range between March and October, add it to the list, and see what we can be granted in grants, and whatever that gap is, it would be the next seated board, but if need be, we do have $100,000 from a anonymous parks donation, or the Parks Fund has $550,000 in reserves. If you don't feel comfortable using that for a bridge, we could use it out of reserves and then replenish those reserves with the donation. Conservation Trust does have a balance of,
I think I have one.
I have it right here. Yep, $159,000 as well. Or if you want to do it out of the general fund, that's not nearly as generous right now at $113,000. So we do feel strongly we can get community support behind this as well. So the ideal would be of the $355,000, we use $100,000 from either parks or the donation. Try to, this is if there were no grants, and then $100,000 out of reserves if need be, either through Parks or Conservation Trust, and then the remainder through local contributions.
We also, oh, sure.
Go ahead.
We also
to talk to the school district.
Talked to the school district about the fair contribution and met with them last week, and then they really tried to work with us and asked, does it go right to the school? And because it doesn't, they weren't as comfortable in that area, but they did come and meet with us and were supportive of the plan and understand it. The other thing too is if we just did the, and I think we talked about this at the last meeting, if we just did the bridge and the abutments and the approach, which you'd have to do to make it ADA for the rise and the run, that is $370,000, but it doesn't get you the safe route to school at all. So in essence, we would, be paying more, but not getting the sidewalks, the safe route, the connector path from Bone to Fourth, and the sidewalks and the curb cuts, and the design and environmental and erosion control and all these fun terms in here, surveying, flood modeling. So, but I understand it's a chunk of money.
Mayor Protem.
I have a question related to the, can in-kind contributions count as matching? I mean, we heard at least several people talk about willing to volunteer.
Sure, at this rate, because it's a maximum of $500,000 from CDOT via the federal highways, anything over, I think it's 637 or 625, they'll give us the 500 for as long as it's 625 in cash. So if we could get in kind, and do fundraising and other things. So yes, I think in that difference, it's possible.
Yeah, and I think I commented before that we probably need to start way early to try to organize commitment and energy, enthusiasm, and so forth, so that, when the time comes, people would, sit and write letters of support for grants. They would pick up shovels and, clear the path for the pouring of sidewalks. They would, et cetera, et cetera. So that, we could kind of optimize those elements of it. And, even, bake sales and pancake breakfasts and, if for no other reason, to generate enthusiasm and try to carry it forward.
Trustee Browning.
Yeah, I have a question for Administrator Simonson. Had a discussion with Finance Director Johnson a couple of weeks ago about the fact that we had a substantially more collected in sales tax for 2019 than we had budgeted for various reasons, like the change of rules on where products are delivered and so forth. At that time, I would guess now we still had to see what all the expenses, year-end expenses for 2019 were, and bills were still coming in and so forth. And she didn't have a figure for that. You mentioned 113,000. Is that the present estimate?
Not, the 113,000 in the general fund is what is currently there after our 3-month reserve. We have it on your March 16th agenda for her to do a workshop on the 2019 funds and reallocating those to the 2020 budget.
Okay.
So that's coming up shortly. What I do have, though, is all the capital projects, and this is draft, because I said, how do you feel about me handing this out? And she said, eh. So she hasn't quite gotten that far in it, but we do have, there's like an extra $10,000 that we thought we were going to have to do this ADA sidewalk over at the depot that the library's now picking up. So there's we have places like that where there is funding coming in that is not going to be expended as we planned this year as well. So we'll have that number. If you want to hold off 2 more weeks, we can do that. But the other thing is, you do have the ability when one of her recommendations is going to be that we readjust the 2020 budget to reflect sales tax more accurately. So you could then set aside that revenue as allocated toward this as well.
No, I wasn't suggesting putting it off. I was just suggesting that there will be, fairly confident there's going to be some amount of money in terms of excess revenues over costs from 2019. We don't know what that is yet, but if we're looking at, we have to make sure we can come up with $355,000. And if we've got potentially the use of the $100,000 Parks donation, if we have to, we've got Conservation Trust, we're going to have some balance in the general fund. I think those 3 things alone get us there. We've got a Parks Reserve too, so I'm satisfied as things exist now that we've got enough to cover it. And first source is grants.
Well, and I think we'll be fairly successful with those too.
All we're doing is filling in a hole that might be left with grant money, and I think there's going to be some amount that we should be able to find in the next month sometimes to know a more definite figure, but I'm confident that there's enough there.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
I move to approve Resolution 2020-40.
I'll second.
Is there any further discussion?
Oh, I actually did have a question.
Trustee Farrell.
Yep, so on Exhibit C, which if you're looking at all of the packet, it's page 348. But in Exhibit C, funding provisions, and you sort of used this number, 625,000. So it says local agency is estimated the total cost of the work to be 625,000. which would be funded as follows, and it gives the $500,000 grant, and then it says 125,000 local agency matching funds. So this seems outdated to me.
It was before the engineer's formal estimate.
Right. Do we need to have the factual correct in here before we approve this?
Well, my understanding is if we spend at least 625,000, they will give us the 500 and they reimburse it. But since we haven't had this discussion with them because we didn't know if we were going to accept the grant, I'm happy to. I think they'll be amenable to that because actually it would go above and beyond.
Yeah.
And so in that amount, it would be, for us up to a maximum of 855, and then we would still only get a maximum of 500. I think
Okay.
that's I think you might be looking at the IGA, right, with CDOT,
I'm not
Sorry.
sure.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to make sure that that's acceptable enough for us to approve this without this number reflecting the 855.
I honestly don't know.
The 625 number.
It's on the, I
Well,
believe it's on the.
The way you just described it, that it's above and beyond, and if we're going to spend 625, we know we will.
Right. The thing is, if we're going to spend 550, they won't give us 500. They'll only give us 80% of 550.
Right. It doesn't sound like that's
And
a
I can't do
problem.
the math that fast,
No,
but.
that's okay, me either. All right, that's all I needed to know to
Sure.
feel comfortable.
All right, go ahead and call for the vote. All right, and it moves,
Thank you.
approved. We're approved 7-0. I'm really glad to see that approved. I hope we can rally the enthusiasm we heard in audience business to close any funding gaps we have. So thanks for your work on
Dunk
that.
tanks.
There you go.
Just kidding. Sorry.
I'm in, all right. Whatever it takes, right? All right, next item up is Resolution 2020-41. Staff report. I think we kind of heard pretty much about this in the administrator's report. Any questions for staff or anything to add?
Just that way back on February 4th of 2019, we passed Ordinance 1052, which was the ordinance which authorized the sale of Lot 2, Lot 3, and the railroad property through an MOA. You remember the MOA had a bunch of conditions attached to it, including subdivision and annexation of the property. As of a couple weeks ago, we've completed all those pieces, all those preconditions of sale. And so now this is just finally kind of wrapping up the process by ratifying the sale of that property. It does activate a couple post conditions of sale for Mr. Tamburello. One was the utility easement, which we've already secured, and the second is the trail easement. The reason that trail easement is not part of this package is because we don't know where the trail is going to go, and right now we're too early in the conceptual design to figure out where it's going to go. But that still is a contractual obligation of this sale, and so that's coming attractions for you to see.
All right, is there a motion for the resolution?
I move for approval of Resolution 2020-41.
Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote. Okay, motion carries 7-0, thanks. Update on the discussion to purchase Macintosh water shares.
Thank you. The board had asked staff to bring back a recommendation or discussion about how we could potentially pay for some like Macintosh shares if we wanted to purchase those. Thankfully, with the sale of the Tamburello property, that is going to help with the water and sanitation fund balances. So right now, the way that there were 20 shares that were available. I do not know today if those are still available, but the brokers will ask for them if we tell them we're looking for them. We had talked about the board potentially earmarking the $70,000 from Lions Properties toward water shares. And then the Tamburello sale, the plan was to have the proceeds from that go toward Long's Peak rebuild of the water and sewer lines, and there would be $80,000 remaining that we could use toward water shares. So we would have $150,000 if the board wanted to utilize those funds.
Now, we need to remember, if Summit also goes through, that will be putting about $1 million into the town's water, sewer, and electric funds, and general fund as well. So the finance director feels comfortable between that and the fund balance of the water and sanitation fund being, after 3 months of reserves, it's right at $1 million is available to purchase some water shares if you so choose to do that.
All right, what's the board think?
Before they go any higher.
Trustee Farrell?
I'm in favor. I would be curious, though, I have a feeling from discussions that I've had with some people that there no longer are 20 shares there. I could be wrong. But, you know, we would have to pursue that. So I guess I would like to give direction to pursue to find out what is available, what's the price, and then we can make that decision. But
you have to act fairly quickly when
yeah.
they become available.
So, but I do want to just throw out there, you know, the additional money from Tambarillo. Long's Peak is a huge priority, but we also should consider getting a future discussion perhaps on the wastewater treatment plant and repairs there too. So keeping those in mind for the priorities. That was my only thought.
Trustee Browning.
I was going to say, while I'm comfortable with using the assuming shares are available, and I agree we need to find out exactly what's available, using the $70,000 from Lions Properties to purchase water shares, because that was the purpose of the original requirement there. I'm not comfortable right now making a priority choice between wastewater treatment plant, which to me is a higher priority even than the Longs Peak repairs. And now we have another consideration in the town's main water line in Apple Valley too. I think those are going to be tough choices. I don't think we ought to make the decision to spend more than the $70,000 right now on Lake McIntosh water shares until we get a good overall picture of what we're going to have available for those other priorities. Because to me, the town's main water line out of Apple Valley is mighty high, and so is the wastewater treatment plant, because both of those things serve the entire town. And we need to take a big picture look and set some priorities and not allocate the money right now. So I'm, yeah, and you mentioned the money from Summit too. I don't think that's in the bank yet either.
No, it isn't. I said if it gets
Yeah,
approved.
so
Yep.
before we make those big priority decisions on some very big ticket items, and do we have a dollar figure on the anticipated improvements to the wastewater treatment plant necessary to satisfy CDPHE's requirements, or whatever they are?
That's actually being finalized right now. We've been meeting with all the different engineers and parties about once a month, and I think they're scheduled again this first week of March. So we'll get some updated numbers.
We heard some preliminary estimate months ago about 200,000,
Yeah.
but that may
I know
be.
the centrifuge is on its way back. It's in shipment, so that once that gets here and reinstalled, then the hauling costs will go down. But there are aerator blowers still and some other improvements needed, but I don't have the most recent number.
Okay.
With me tonight, anyway.
So I'm hearing more support for maybe some number of shares, but not going after all of them or whatever's left and available. Any other prospects for water that's less expensive than CBT in the future?
Ditch water, if they accept ditch water. Longmont has a portfolio of water shares they will accept. We would have to renegotiate the IGA further, but right now, McIntosh and CBT are listed, but they do have other sources.
So if we don't buy the shares, they are available for others to go buy that may or may not benefit Lions, correct?
But they have to fit within the context of the IGA, like
No, I'm just
McIntosh.
saying though, but other
Someone else
people
could go buy them.
outside of
Now,
Lions.
they have to go through a process with their board and all that as well, so Longmont, as I've said before, is a majority shareholder, and they are supportive of our uses of that water, and
Well, I'm just saying, it may not be someone that has to go to a board. Could just purchase the shares.
Macintosh board.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I think it would be good to know what's available.
By the time 2 weeks goes by, could be gone, so.
Well, could you just find out and email us, just so we have the information?
I don't think there's any available until the broker puts the word out that someone's looking for them. And then people come forward and say, I'm willing to sell.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay.
So you need to know exactly how much we want to allocate for exactly how many.
That I'm looking for 10 shares, for 70,000 or something.
Yeah, I think the thinking before was that we could sell them for more than we pay, potentially. I mean, and still be quite competitive with the market.
Sure. It
for
was
water
whether, how
shares.
much was the board interested in?
Yeah.
But the administrator of that program, Jill Beatty, she told me, you just need to tell me what you're looking for, and then I'll put it out to our members, seeing if there's anyone interested in selling.
Okay.
And so this last round, there was someone who said, we've got 20.
That's where the
we're
20
willing
came
to sell.
from. Oh, okay.
But as soon as we say that, then other people are interested too.
Gotcha.
And that's okay. I mean, if it's one of our projects that we're trying to help support, then great, that's fine.
Yeah, Trustee Rob.
Is it really like having money in the bank? I mean, we do invest our reserves, right?
Yes, minimal interest. But
It's an
yes.
asset, I mean.
Yeah. And it's liquid.
It is liquid. A pun, is that a pun? Water?
No, I don't like puns at all. But it is liquid.
Yes.
It seems like it gives us more options to buy them than not.
I agree. Totally agree with that.
I don't know how to turn that into a number, but it does seem like we should need to just decide. I mean, to the extent we can make a decision, which isn't clear to me tonight, we should try to decide something.
I think I just want a little bit clearer picture of our financials and what's
So
coming.
at the next meeting?
Because we have a lot in flux right now. So
Yeah.
it would be good to do a really good, because
And
I
we do.
agree
We have-
that we need to make sure we have set-asides for other things and we're not tying up too much money. But I don't, I think water is going to be a really important commodity for the next foreseeable
Absolutely.
future. And I'm a little unclear what our water security is for the town. I know we've said we have lots and plenty of shares, but it's, like I said, it's fluid and it's somewhat hard to kind of understand. And so this seems like it would be very tangible
It'd
in
be
terms
great
of
to add
what
to a
we
portfolio,
have
to a
to
water
work
portfolio,
with
absolutely.
for developments that could help us meet our community goals for affordable housing
Sure.
or whatever economic development. So
Would
I'm
it-
leaning towards saying I get it, but I also think it could be a really good investment.
Well,
Good.
It could certainly be helpful if we had shares and someone came forward and one of my fears about any new project that comes forward that meets the Lake McIntosh is they're not going to be available. And then they can't start their project until they find them. So if we own them and are willing to sell them to them, it just makes that process much more fluid than having, to go through something that might take, they may not be able to find that many shares. Then what?
Trustee Roberts and the Mayor Pro Tem.
Could we just say, administrator, spend our $70,000 on as many as you could get now and bring back the research that we want also?
Sure.
I'd be comfortable with that. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, two questions. I wanted to understand if the town buys them for, I'll just make up a number, 15,000 each. Can the town sell them for 20?
You can, it is a brokered situation, so we would have ownership of them, and we could then say we want to put them, it'd be the same as us saying we want to put our shares on the market for this amount. So yeah, we could sell them to someone else.
Would it have to be under those conditions of economic development?
Yes.
Okay. Then my next question is, I'm still a little uncertain.
Well, I should back that up. If we're going to sell them to someone to use for that purpose, yes.
Okay.
If you were going to go turn around and hold them and sell them someday in the future back to the Macintosh company or to someone who's purchasing them, I guess you wouldn't have to if you wanted to hold them in your portfolio. I mean, if you want to hold them for 20 years, then I'm sure they're going to go up in value.
Okay, so selling them back to Longmont, there could be some additional.
I don't think we'd sell them back to Longmont, but if
No, I meant to the-
another developer came forward that wasn't Alliance for Affordable Housing or Economic Development, I would guess you could sell them for more.
You can always sell them for more. If we want to sell them from outside, someone outside Alliance, it wouldn't have to be for the purposes that,
Yeah.
that's the bottom
But
line.
if we are selling them for that purpose, Longmont is expecting we're going to transfer our amount we have an agreement with them with for those purposes, at that amount.
Yeah.
Okay, and my other question related to, still trying to get a handle on the water portfolio, if you will, of
Okay.
the town.
All right.
Because it's always been a little fluid, as was described. And I think it's important for the whatever board who's evaluating it to have a good understanding of the totality of the portfolio.
We can certainly schedule a workshop to go through that again. We had a report, but we could have our consultant who did all that research for us come and have someone from Longmont here as well. I mean, we can certainly do that. Might be best to do it after the new board is seated, so they have a better understanding.
But we would, you're not saying in lieu of, or that's in addition to. In
In
other words,
addition
we'll still give the direction tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's.
okay.
So is there consensus to move forward with the 70,000 now and get more information both about financials and projects and water shares and maybe consider investing more down the road? Anybody object to that? Trustee Brandon?
I agree with that. If in exploring the availability of the number of shares for what you can get for $70,000, if you find out that there are more shares available, like someone says, yes,
Sure.
I'm selling 10 shares, but the total cost is $150,000. Part of the direction I would think would be bring that to the board. Yes, we have a use for our 70,000, but the person wants to sell them in a block that would cost more than 70,000. Then you can come back to us and we might authorize more. And maybe by that time we'll have costs of the wastewater treatment plant repairs and some idea of Apple Valley. So anyway, I would say at least to explore using the 70,000, and if more shares are available as part of that same purchase, then bring it back to the board. We could do it. We'll have to approve the actual sale anyway, I guess, separately. Our purchase.
Okay. Is
So
that
right now
clear
it would
enough?
be up to 70,000?
You can, if you have enough shares to buy, or just buy what you can for 70,000, is what I'm hearing. And if there are more available, we want to know. Yep. Okay.
Okay.
So the next item up is the items removed from consent. I'm sorry, I didn't keep track of who pulled what, so who had number one? Good. Good.
I just had a question. First of all, I commend the staff, and I guess the commission was also involved in this, in working through this. I know it wasn't an easy process, but my question is, in determining eligibility for the vouchers, who's going to do this? What's the process going to be?
We do have staff here that will be overseeing this project, so. Have you guys met Lisa Ramsey? She's a senior
And recreation coordinator.
Come on, we'll both come over here. Senior in recreation, so. And then Amy Reinholz is here too. She's also very familiar with the program.
Who's going to determine prioritization
What's the
of
process?
the vouchers?
Well, Boulder County had said that they would prefer that they go to needy people first, so.
Right.
They did not actually give us criteria for how to determine that. I was assuming that the Housing and Human Services Commission might talk that over to come up with some guidelines for that.
I just wondered if it was going to be the county or us. If it's our responsibility, then, yeah, I think we do need some suggestions on how to do that. And I'll just say that LEAF has a lot of experience in that area, and you might be able to utilize and they evaluate similar types of requests all the time for various types of assistance. And with that resource available, I would suggest at least consulting with them about how that should be done.
So pursuant to the IGA, it is our responsibility to distribute those. And they shall be distributed at certain locations: Town Hall, Area Agency on Aging Office, the Walt Self Center, the Leaf Food Pantry, and any other places we determine. And it says Lions may determine additional criteria to guide distribution of the vouchers, which may include but are not limited to prioritizing distribution based on need, income, and transportation needs, prioritizing Lions residents, and then setting monthly limits on the number of vouchers per resident. So there's suggested things, but we're basically allowed to put whatever criteria we want on them.
That can be a difficult thing to do. Remember the post-flood determination of who got the money that was donated from all around the country. There was a whole committee that worked real hard for months on that because my wife was on it.
Is it fair to say that we won't distribute any till you have a process to determine that?
The Aging Commission.
How about that?
Right.
Okay. And consult with LEAF if you
and the Human
want
Services
suggestions.
Commission.
Human Services, yeah.
Which microphone am I allowed to speak out of?
Okay, and Trustee Miller can verify this as well, and Lisa Ramsey. We've talked about this at several of our meetings, and we identified the agencies that should be in charge of that. So it is LEAF. They're the ones that were just mentioned. So the Leaf Food Pantry, the Boulder County Area Agency on Aging, and that's there's a representative who is at Walt Self Center several days a week, or 2 days a week maybe, and then Town Hall. So that does, that might be the trickiest one because Town Hall staff don't typically work in human services. So we could work on that process some more, but Lisa, I guess, would be that person, so.
Trustee Miller, did you have something?
No, that's, yeah.
I think I got all those categories, right? Okay, yeah.
I just have a kind of a wonky suggestion. One of the things to consider is developing a incurred but not reported vouchers assessment process. In other words, you have a $25,000 limit.
Right.
What you don't want to have happen is somebody has a stack of vouchers not submitted that would bring you to $28,000, and then you're going around trying to figure out who's going to pay the difference. It's just so, it's the kind of thing that you might not think of early on, but the sooner you have a sense for how the outstanding vouchers mount up, the better. So you avoid it, that kind of issue.
Right. Can I speak to that? Oh, okay. I have a Google document that we're going to put in the various places that are distributing so we can have real-time, tracking of who's getting the vouchers and how many they're getting. We're going to start small. I think we decided 2 to 4 per person to start, and see who's actually redeeming them. I'll be the one who will be tracking all that. I will get the information back from Z-Trips on a monthly basis, and we will see how fast things are flowing. And I think we're going to set a limit on how many we actually can give out per month to avoid that type of situation. All right.
And it really, too, it's just a supplement when we don't have bus service. So Monday through Friday, when the Y bus doesn't run to Boulder, either southbound or northbound, and then to Longmont as well, because we don't have that service any longer.
Is there a motion for the resolution?
I'll move approval of Resolution 2037 to approve a contract with Z-Trip for transportation services.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote. Okay, carry 7-0. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out later. Good job. Thanks for all your work on that. I know you guys have been working really hard. Who had number 3?
I just wanted to, since we had to bring up N-line a little bit ago with the trees, I just wanted to ask you to please, before we actually pay them more to do their job, when we use them, will you please just ask them to not butcher the trees? I mean, it's catastrophic every time they do something when it comes to the utility lines. They really have managed to destroy a lot of trees around here.
Yeah, well, this is not extending their contract.
I know.
So Aaron Kaplan has quickly found out how difficult it is to try to get things like this renewed when you're in the middle of really big projects and you need to use that person who knows, like moving all the Second Avenue utilities and things like that. So we fully intend to go back out for overall contract very soon.
Good.
This is really in regard to the cost for their equipment use going up at the new year and all that kind of stuff. And so we can certainly, again, do that. And if it's not up in those high lines, we can ask an arborist to do it. I think it is really just...
To the extent permitted by the National Electric Code.
But sure, we will pass that along because it will be time to do that again soon.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to say on
Sure.
that. So I move to pass Resolution 2020-38.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Corliss, did you have a comment?
I was going to pull it too for a different reason.
Oh.
Nothing major in the contract, so that's fine. But what you brought up, Victoria, the utilities director, looking at it as we were meeting with different utilities on the electric meter process. The age of outsourcing everything, which was great in the 80s, 90s, costs were down. Well, regulations of businesses, it's kind of gone full circle as things do. A lot of utilities are no longer outsourcing and pulling it in-house, as is Estes Park has pulled everything back in-house, including all backhoeing and any trenching and digging, because they found out they were doubly spending, because when they went back to go pull cable, whoever they hired did a crappy job, 6 months later, and they had to redo it. I would like to see, or I may even move to add something that we talk with our neighbors with Estes. They hired 4 new linemen as they grow down the valley. One of them lives here in Lyons. They were open to working with us or even being the provider, doing an IGA or MOU. And I think Estes and us probably a good fit from a high level, what I was able to get with as we did our meter talks with them. So I would like to see us heavily consider opening those conversations up as you go through that process of looking for someone else that SS Park, Loveland, Fort Collins, someone, because they all, like I said before, those towns all share information engineers now, and we don't. We're out of the loop. There's really no reason for us to be out of the loop.
I think having someone on full-time for utilities is going to be huge for us. We've only had 10 hours a week of utility director other than what I've been able to provide since last March. I mean, it's been a year. So this is going to be great, and Aaron is really efficient and focused, and he won't be splitting time between trying to engineer things and project manage. He will be focused on utilities, and I think we're going to make significant strides this year.
I think one of the numbers Estes said, it took them several years to get here. I believe they said they're on schedule for 2019 to save $2 million by bringing everything in-house again and not outsourcing anymore.
Wow.
Because of, they're not redoing everything they hired someone to do and there was errors. So
Yeah.
I would give that a serious look.
I'm sure I will pass that
Okay.
along, and before we go out for contracting, maybe we'll be asking for both.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it'll be both an external as well as contracting with our neighbors, because Longmont Power might be interested as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All right, I'll call for the vote. Okay, that carries 7-0. Item number 4.
For me, I don't want to get in the way of passing this, but I didn't see, if you look on page 228, when it goes into the following documents in the box that are checked are included, and I didn't see a design document, including drawings and plans, or the Town of Lyons Manual of Design Criteria and Standard Specifications. So I'd still like to make a motion to approve this, but I would like to see those documents. So I move to approve Resolution 2020-39, approving and awarding construction agreement with St. Frank Creek Recovery Project Site 3.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. It carries 7-0. Thank you. So before we do trustee reports, let me just see where the board is at. So it's an awfully late hour to do a performance review. And I think we would do a better service to the administrator if we were a little fresher. And the next agenda is actually currently pretty light. For now. But if we know we need to save time for that, we can plan for it. This one got a little lengthy. So how would everyone feel about pushing this to this next meeting on the 16th? And we could even recruit to see if others wanted to continue to participate. I was a little disappointed in the response.
Yeah,
So we got a really good response last time. It's totally up to you. I mean, I'll leave it open to the board what they want to do.
I'd like to put up, I didn't even see the contract till this morning.
Yeah, we did get things late. I left it, when I saw it over the weekend, I thought, well, maybe.
Well, I would like to, and I would, if you don't mind if I do it in open session, I would like to comment on the salary comparison communities too. You were sent those today as well, but the HR director and I are having a significant challenge coming up with the comparable communities. When they match our population, they tend to either be very rural on the west slope, which isn't a good comparison to the Front Range, or they're small little ski towns that are way out of whack in regard to our range. And so I have sent you a document that has about 6 similar communities, and then below the line are a whole bunch more. And so I would like feedback from the board, because all of the communities that are in our comps are all West Slope. And it's not a very good, I mean, it's good in its own respect from a general, what is their budget and how many employees and population, but it's not when it comes to cost of living in Boulder County. So I want you to take a look at it, because then when you add in someone like a Meade that has 3,500 people, but they're paying their manager $165,000, which is out of our whack too. So it just, I would be really interested. I sent you the document if you want to mess around with it, and that will give us a little more time to firm that up. Maybe if you want to give your comments to the mayor so that it stays, you know, there's not 7 different ideas coming in. But take a look at what we've sent you and see what you think about that before we get to that part.
Do you need a motion?
I don't
to move it?
think we need, we just won't have a motion to go into executive session. So if everybody's
do have
agreeable
trustee
to
reports, yeah.
waiting on this, that'll give everybody more time with the information as well. So, okay. Sorry, we didn't get to it tonight.
It's okay. It is late and
Okay.
it's, yeah.
All right, trustee reports. Anybody want to go first? I don't keep track, eeny, meeny, miny. Go ahead, yeah.
Because it's kind of easy, the PCDC information has been beaten to death, kind of,
Bless
between the administrator's report and our other items. But I did have, I'm not one who likes to complain about things very much, but I had, and it's really, it's kind of a town thing as opposed to a URA thing, but I was disappointed about the scheduling of the URA meeting because we ran out of time. And it could have been anticipated, and we do have the option of the library. And I would hope that that scheduling conflicts like that are dealt with well in advance, and because we knew all the information to be able to make that adjustment, and there was important items to be discussed. So it's just a comment.
I accommodated the attorney, and I shouldn't have done that.
All right. Anyone else want to go? Trustee Browning?
Just very quickly, to correct the report I made last time, that the planning for the town cleanup day changed because I think it's now May 16th. That report was going to be in June. They originally couldn't do May 16th because Boulder County Hazardous Materials told them they had a conflict on that day, and we get a lot of hazardous materials brought in to that cleanup day. Boulder County Hazardous Materials contacted the sustainability coordinator and said their schedule changed. They can come on May 16th, so now the cleanup day is May 16th. Saturday, whatever that is.
Trustee Miller, do you want to go? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you had your light.
I don't really have much to report, other than the Z-Trip thing you heard just a little bit ago. We are changing our meeting time in April to, our next meeting's actually March 10th. Same time, 3:30 to 5. So hopefully that doesn't interfere with the PCDC meeting. Okay. And then in April, we're changing it to a Wednesday, leave the 8th at 11:30 to 1 or 12:30 to 2, depending on what works with everyone. So that's kind of up in the air at the moment. It's mainly because the Leaf people can't come on Tuesday very often, but we're having some scheduling conflicts.
Just that, as long as Kim can get it posted as soon as you know.
Yep, will do. Thanks.
Let's see. College Board won't meet until third Tuesday, the 17th. I'm sure they'll be happy to know that the tree ordinance they worked on 4 years ago, 3 years ago, passed finally. So they've been patiently waiting. UEB will meet Wednesday, March 4th. Items, the 2020 priorities, which I'll just give you a quick rundown on. Wastewater pretreatment, obviously, and working diligently on that. They will be reviewing the electric rate structure after our upgrade of our new metering infrastructure. So that'll begin again. They will plan on supplying the trustees the mid-year review utility funds and 2020 budget for the utilities. They're working on the storm drainage maintenance plan, along with the High Street changes, updates, and grants that are going on now to better divert that water. And as always, they continue to, and are working with, since all the studies are done, on the CIP, and of course, the new information of our water main coming off our tank will be built in and added to that. Any age of the line that broke today at Stone Canyon?
I haven't heard that. No, I did not get that before I got
Good.
The age of it?
Age of it, yeah.
I would guess it.
Shouldn't be that old.
Hopefully not.
Stone Canyon.
I don't even know if it was, I haven't heard yet if it was the main or the line one up to Stone Canyon. If so, it would be around the time it was developed, whenever that was, 19.
Yeah, I was
And
gonna
that's
say.
too short.
Okay, are you done?
Thank you.
All right. Trustee Farrell, do you want to go? Sorry.
I don't really have anything new to report on the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission, but I did attend last week another Boulder County stakeholders meeting for affordable housing and transportation. And high level, but their goal is to find funding sources to meet regional affordable housing and transportation needs for all of Boulder County. And last week, it was primarily kind of working out the details of what they were going to poll within Boulder County, doing a telephone survey, what kinds of taxing or sources would people be willing to pay that could go into this fund that then would be distributed out to the communities for housing goals for the county and transportation. And the bigger communities are advocating for property sales tax. I have said absolutely that would really be detrimental for our businesses, and would prefer perhaps if they looked at something, it'd be more of a sales tax or perhaps vehicle registration tax or some other form. So the next meeting is in March, where they will be approving the polling survey. And Lions, in terms of a benefit from this, is going to be more on an affordable housing side, for us to see some potential revenue opportunities that we can then turn around and support the bigger goal, which is to increase affordable housing in Boulder County by about 12%. The transportation element really is going to end up being funding for, it's called the NAMS, and it's the Northwestern Area Mobility, which is basically Highway 36 from Denver north. So different infrastructure, transportations there, but one idea is that there could be a free fare opportunity if, not necessarily through RTD, but that's would be one of the most obvious. And so that could be something that we could have for our residents here in Lyons as a possibility. So that's where it is for now.
I attended the Economic Vitality Commission meeting on the 19th, the day after our last Board of Trustees meeting, and we were presented much the same hotel feasibility study that was presented at the Board of Trustees meeting, but we had a little more time to look it over, and members found some significant mistakes in numbers, and I guess the final wasn't quite final, but perhaps maybe we'll see a final revision of that document. I believe so. Yeah, actually, the contractor stated that he would be correcting those mistakes there's some significant calculation errors. And I think there was, that Trustee Browning also had discovered about the same time. I don't recall anything else specific about that because it ran together. I wonder if Trustee Drysdale, if you had any other comments? No?
No, I don't think any of it made that presentation invalid.
Right, right.
I think some of the conceptual points are still important. I'm hoping the numbers come back still supportive, although definitely need to look at that.
But there were some significant mistakes in sales tax estimate for the smaller, fewer rooms option. That
Probably do, I don't recall the use tax calculation, but that's another consideration, I think. Because building a hotel is gonna bring in some decent use tax.
That's all I had.
All right, so you heard from the students tonight, so you're up to date on that. Parks was meeting tonight to review the Summit Housing proposal, I believe, which I wouldn't have gone to that meeting anyway, so. So they're gonna be sending their feedback. Will it just go to staff then?
I've already gotten it.
You have tonight?
It'll just be part of the package
It'll
of
be
all
part of
agency
that. Okay.
referrals. It would not be proper for the board to see that before.
Okay.
Before it.
So I'm going through my checklist of things like, what have I tried to accomplish over the last several years? One of the things that I really always thought would be really useful for the town to do, and I know this goes way back before we were using the online system, there really needs to be a place where the ordinances and the resolutions we pass, once they're updated with our changes, are posted until they're codified. So there needs to be, I think it would be really helpful for the public, for everyone, for us, to be able to go and look at the final after our changes. I save so many versions of these things over the weeks and months that we work on them, but I never have the final one after everything's been done.
And Dolores, isn't it the case that the Muni Code has that functionality for an additional fee? Yeah.
We're gonna do it after everyone.
You're gonna do what?
We're gonna have them codify more frequently too.
And do you want them on the website, or you?
I think what you should be doing, honestly, is after meetings, because it's really hard for the public to stay up to speed. What did they do? You know, even if they are tracking something, they never really have access to the final for months. And so,
On the agenda page.
can you say, yeah, on the agenda page, here's a link to the final approved ordinance for tonight on trees? What did we, with those changes, so that if we need to come back to them, we can find them too ourselves, and just make sure our changes were made correctly. I try to make sure I take good notes about what we were supposed to change when I'm signing them, but ultimately everybody should have an opportunity to make sure that their changes were incorporated. And it went the whole wastewater recent discussion where we're missing code, and I'm like, I know I made that change, but it's not there. We really need a better process for that. And so I would love to see us work on that. It doesn't have to be fixed next week, but if we can just put that on the action item list, please, that would be great. And then Dr. last time, unfortunately, we got some really kind of nasty weather, so I opted not to drive to Denver because it was just not good in the agenda. There was not a whole lot on it anyway. But we are going to do a presentation at the next Dr. Cog where they do a spotlight on the different communities. So Victoria and I are going to go down. Ariel's going to make us look really, really good with this PowerPoint that she put together. And so we're going to give that presentation at Dr. Cog, and it's the 18th. So it'll be the 18th. And then there's lots of meetings between now and March. I just, a heads up, I will miss the April 6th meeting. I have a big annual conference unless we cancel it for Ebola and Corona and whoever else comes to town. So we'll see what happens with that. But as of right now, I will have a conference for that weekend, or that meeting. All right, so that's all I have. Any action items you want to run through?
Okay, this is what I've got, see,
Should you start from the top or bottom?
I just was putting this up, I missed something. I've got, you would like us to follow up on lowering the voting age for the youth commission. Regarding the census, you'd like to see more advertisement and education out to the public. Victoria's to come back with an update on watershed availability and costs, and the website, a place for the approved resolutions and ordinances to be posted, once approved by the board.
I have a few items from your pre-treatment discussion. Working on Oh, the bill is going to be working on abandoned vehicle language,
And myself as well.
to be stronger in the code, to be able to more fully enforce. Trustee Browning had said something in regard to that for Brandon, again, to clarify that the code, that this lot consolidation doesn't go to the Board of Appeals, but to the Board of Trustees. And that needs correction in the code.
You need to cross-reference simply the Board of Adjustments section with the subdivision section and refer one to the other, because if you read either of them separately, it
That makes sense.
doesn't make sense.
Okay, all of the changes to the tree ordinance.
Which you've already done.
Okay. Plan for a presentation on our water portfolio for the newly seated board. Talk to Enline, again, but not butchering our trees this spring. And then coming up with a place to put your codes and ordinances.
All right.
One more. Yes, if I could get if we could all actually get the design
Oh,
documents.
I have that too, I just didn't
Okay.
highlight it.
Thank
A
you.
copy of the design standards and the other exhibits that were not included.
This ceramic restoration.
Which really was just, I think it was just the design documents themselves.
And what I wanted to tell you on that is on our, our contract utilities, our contract engineers list. They say those are so outdated compared to most communities. So that's gonna be like updating the whole code. But they really feel that needs to be done sooner than later. So we're using design standards from probably 80s?
For stream banks, you mean?
No, it's our entire design standards manual for all public improvements. So it's what we use with how wide a street has to be, how tall a curb should be.
You're not talking about the eastern quarter.
No, not design guidelines, no, these are design and engineering standards for all public improvements. And they are trying to use those, and similar to what we find in the code sometimes is they just don't apply well to today. Turning radiuses because cars are bigger, trucks are bigger, I mean, it's a big ordeal. So the whole thing, when you get it, I'll send you a copy of it, but when you get it, it is on our website. It needs updating.
You should probably let the record,
Maybe just the design documents then.
Okay. Yeah,
probably
there's
let the
some-
record show that it's after 11:15 and there are two diehard fans still in the audience.
I'm sure there are millions watching at home. so.
Did you mention the water portfolio?
I did, yep, for the next board.
Right.
You might give them a month to get situated, and then we'll hit them with water law, right? Yeah.
All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
No, don't we still
So
have this
moved.
last
We have Honeywell.
executive session?
We're not,
We
no.
already moved it.
Oh, we did?
We only had one anyway. Honeywell was canceled.
Oh, I didn't
Oh,
see
I didn't know that.
Oh, we didn't say that?
It was on
It
the,
wasn't on the agenda.
Oh,
It
that's
was-
fine, I'll amend
it was on the hard copy agenda online, but it was removed from a different one, I thought.
Messing with me.
There were two versions out there, so, yeah.
That's like printed out and stuff.
But it's done, right, yeah. Sunday morning, print it, it's done, that's what's going to the meeting.
Somebody move for adjournment?
Nobody yet, I'm just
I'll move
waiting.
for adjournment.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Good night.
Let's go figure out this red line thing.
Yeah. Oh, and that's the other thing, figure out red line.
Figure out
why
red
it's not
line, why
showing
red
up.
lines aren't showing up again.
I wonder if it's simple as my laptop.
Good night, Lee.
Bye,
Good night,
folks.
Nick.
Use it.